Everyone, we do we do have a quorum. Oh, we have a quorum, and we have Mayor Southgate on. We did have Mayor Southgate on Zoom. Cheers. Yes, great. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Infrastructure Operations Committee, 19th of November 2020. This is our last meeting for the year. Hooray! So, hopefully, it will be a positive and efficient meeting. I guess that's up to me. So you'll just note on your desk, very proud moment here for the team, that you have a ko-fi tree, yes, and some tronpost. So there you go. Is this like the first lot of compost? The first lot of compost from Hamilton's food bins. Yeah. So if anyone doesn't want their tree, then perhaps donate it to a community hall or something. Community house would be great because they grow quite big. These are not the mini ones, right? No. These are the big ones. Okay. Find a gully. Talk to Sarah. Don't just. Yeah. So that's wonderful. Excellent. All right. So we'll move to your run sheets on your desk. Now, very important morning tea break is to be taken after item 7 because there is celebratory cake in the tea room and the team sitting up the back will be joining us because the cake is all about them. And I'll talk to that when we get... Actually, I'll talk to that at my chair's report. So let's go to apologies. I've got apologies from Councillor Naidu-Rolfe, who is, good grief, still expecting, poor thing. And Councillor Bunting?
Yeah, I'll be leaving at 3 to a council thing and to change my shirt because I'm sitting next to Jeff.
Okay, so on council business, so we'll note that.
Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe?
I'll be away. If the meeting is still going at 12 o'clock, I'll be away for about an hour, between 12 and 1.
Okay. Are there...
And Eve?
Oh, and Mayor Southgate, yes?
Am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Apologies for a couple of times through the day. Just I've got to pop out and do a couple of other bits in council business.
Okay.
I'll go either on Zoom or with you for the rest of the time.
Great, thank you. Councillor...
Maxine,
yes?
so I'm going to be here all of the meeting, but I do note that there is a demonstration of 3D printing of our
concrete?
seat. Yeah, concrete seat at 12:30, if I'm correct, in Garden Place, and wondered whether we might be able to time our lunch break for around about then.
We should be able to do that. We've got 1 o'clock here, though. Why have we got 1 o'clock? Oh.
Indeed.
Zoom in from the corner.
And have they got external people? Councillor, lunch is at 1 o'clock because we've got 2 PX items that have external people attending at specific times. So
very good.
But if you want to pop out, rush down and rush back. Sounds great, doesn't
Zoom
it?
in from Garden Place. Yeah.
The council, then
Yes.
obviously she'll be absent.
Yes.
We note in the minutes that Councillor Van Oosten will be absent on council business.
Okay, so that's all the apologies. I'll move that the apologies be received, seconded by Councillor Pascoe. All those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Great, thank you. Okay, so confirmation of the agenda. Other than those breaks, there are no changes to the agenda, so I'll move the agenda be received.
Under external committee updates, I note that you, in your chair's report, raise about Vision Zero. Do you want us to discuss it there or in the when we do the external committee updates?
We it's also in the GM's report, but of course Robin Denton's not here. Jason Harrison
you know what I mean. There's
here.
3 bits, so I'm just working out where you want it to.
Probably not in the chair's report. Probably
Okay.
in the GM's report.
Wait for Robin to be here. Okay.
Well, no, Robin's not here today.
But do it in the GM.
Yeah, the
That's all right.
GM or
That's
Jason
fine.
can help. Did we just confirm the agenda? No. So with that, did we? We didn't. I'll confirm that the agenda be received, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. All those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Any declarations of interest? There are none. No speakers in the public forum? Nope. Gosh, we're motoring along. All right. It's probably the last time we motor along. Page 6, item 5 is the confirmation of minutes of 8th of October 2020. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And just noting there that item 7 is also referred to in the General Manager's report later, which is a deferral of the request from Lime to review the fees and charges because the report's not ready, and that's going to the 8th of December. But that is in the General Manager's report. So moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Bunting. All those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Okay, so we're up to the Chair's report, item 6. Now, as a Chair, we're able to write a Chair's report and put things of note in there. I don't always do one for every meeting, but I had a lot to say this time, which is most unlike me because I only ever speak when I have something to say. So I just want to touch briefly on a couple of those items before I go to questions. And I am going to start with the item number 2 in my report, which is the Road to Zero. Now, I have noted in my report the government's new GPS, which has a much stronger focus on road safety and their national target of Road to Zero. And of course, those councillors who were sitting around the table last term know that I think we were the first council in New Zealand to adopt a Road to Zero, so we should be really proud of that. So with the attachment also that I had a discussion with Robin, and she's basically ring-fenced everything that Hamilton City Council does in terms of our Road to Zero, and it's quite significant. Now, as I said, Robin's not here, and I certainly can't get into any detail, but what I wanted to show you, and that diagram expresses, is everything that we do, and my intention to bring a quarterly report to this committee starting next year on that. So we'll be able to advocate with that, and there'll be some dollars attached, so it'll have a quantum figure. But as you can see, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. If you're not swayed by road safety and Road to Zero, and I know we're facing LTP decisions later on in the next couple of weeks, 274 people have died on New Zealand roads to date. That's up to the 1st of November. And our region, sadly, accounts for 38% of those deaths. If that's not enough to drive you, the taxpayer year-to-date figure is 1.20 billion. So it's 4.4 million per death on our roads. So the Waikato's contribution is 224 million from January to November. So that's quite significant. So I'd just like you to think about that when we face the LTP. So that's our Road to Zero. The water conference, now I spent 2 days there. It wasn't aimed at governance at all, but so I had to lean forward and really listen carefully. But there were some excellent speakers, I thought, yesterday, the day 2. But Rob also attended the workshop on day 1. So Rob, if you just want to make a few comments and observations.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I have got some notes which I will circulate to elected members. But since Monday, I've been flat tack reading for all of the meetings that we've had this week, and I haven't stopped yet because of tomorrow's meeting. But look, the pre-conference day, which I attended on Monday, was really about the new water regulator. The legislation's already been passed to set up the new water regulation rules, and there is a bill currently before Parliament which will set the compliance requirements and the standards, and it's expected that that bill will become law in July. So there's still an opportunity, and I assume, and I think Mairi, who might be here, no, Mairi is part of that group who are working, so we are actually at the coalface in terms of making sure that we get some standards and some compliance requirements that are practical, because I have some real misgivings that some of the bureaucrats in Wellington may have a different view as to what really happens at the coalface. So I'm really pleased that we're represented at that level. But I do have a concern about what the compliance, and I'll leave this until the discussion in a later report today, but I do have concerns about the cost And there were certainly people who were sitting around my table who were who were the techos there, the water engineers, who were really freaking out about where they currently stood in terms of the standards and what the new standards and requirements are going to be under the bill in terms of compliance. So it is a really serious issue for the whole of the country going forward. And it's going to cost us a lot of money to make sure that we remain compliant in terms of what the later report today is going to tell us. So thank you, and I will get some notes out in the next few days.
That's great. Thank you very much, Councillor. So, yeah, I attended Tuesday and Wednesday, and as I said, it was, I think I was the only politician in the room. I certainly didn't spot any, but it was a conference of over 1,000 people. I'll also do what Rob did and send a report out, but there were a couple of things that stuck out to me, and I'm sure everyone will be aware. But we had a presentation from Alison Young from Russell McVeigh, who talked about the new, what's it called, urban development policy, and actually the powers that will be giving those like Kāinga Ora. And it concerned me, being Chair of Infrastructure, that they will actually be able to go in and have basically be their own consent holder and approver, be able to build roads, footpaths, put in water pipes, and then just simply hand over to us. So we are certainly going to have a very strong and positive relationship with them, because we don't want to be inheriting infrastructure that's unable to be met by our city and the capacity of our basically pipes under the ground. So that was quite concerning. She was an excellent presenter. Just one other one that stood out to me was the Special Envoy for International Water Affairs from the Netherlands, and Councillor Thompson would have really enjoyed his presentation. It was a lot about climate change, but and I'll try and get this because I can't convey it quite as significantly and impactfully as he did. But he basically showed a slide, and it had, you know, when you're in space and you're looking at the Earth and it's this lovely blue marble, and it looks like, 80 or 90% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. But he actually condensed that, said if you put it all in the same bucket, it's the size of the United States. And then if you take out drinking water, it's this tiny little pebble. So that's a very blunt way of explaining it, but it was actually quite fascinating. And then the last one that I went to, or one of the ones yesterday on the last day was, and I'd quite like to get this guy to zoom in and talk to us, just for complete blue sky thinking. And he was from Perth, and he's works in the Water Corporation there. And what they've done over there is, I think, quite miraculous in terms of turning wastewater into drinking water. And yeah, it was really interesting. Of course, they also do desalinisation of seawater as well. So quite fascinating, some of the talks, and a lot of them way above my head because I'm clearly not an engineer. But I'll also get a report to you. But most importantly, number one on my chair's report is the reason for the cake and the celebration, and bringing forward the next item on why the team up the back are here. Now that our rubbish and recycling service is running, I thought it was time to formally acknowledge them. And as you can read in my report, there are a significant number of people across the entire organisation who have played a huge part to change the biggest level of service change in our city in decades. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And also formally thank the elected members, and certainly the General Manager can speak to this as well. But there were times, as you'll note in my Chair's report, that some of the customer inquiries were difficult, and that did take a toll on that team. We know that as elected members, we certainly got some difficult emails sometimes from some less than pleasant people who were less than pleasant to us, but that was nothing compared to the team. But the fact that the elected wing supported publicly and openly that service and the team, I know that that meant a lot to them, because, you know, they basically dealt with nearly 60,000 customer inquiries. So there is cake after this next item, and the team will be joining us. But could the team just stand up? Up you go. Thank you very much for everything. Well done. Can sit down now. All right, so look, thanks for indulging me, committee members, in speaking to that report. Are there any questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair Angela. One question was just in regard to the Vision Zero summary of what we're doing. I note that in a recent report put together issued by the Helen Clark Foundation, the Shared Path, there was a really interesting stat in there that for every 1% increase in kilometres travelled by vehicles on our roads, there is a 2.5% increase in crashes. So the message there is that the more cars we have on the road, the more crashes we have at a kind of exponential rate. So I'm interested in where in our strategy does it sit that we actually are looking at reducing traffic volumes as a key part of Road to Zero or Vision Zero, because what I can see from this report is that that's an integral part to success.
Do you want to go?
So probably not as best answer as Robin would answer, just with her specialist in the area, but I guess our Access Hamilton strategy is also is that document, which has been supplemented now by the mode shift plan and and the decisions made by this council in terms of moving into the active modes and funding and supporting the active mode shift, so that it's not just about building for cars, it's about building for all types of modes so that they can travel safely. So the decisions we all make are based on exactly what you've just, in terms of trying to achieve that, so that the focus is on people, and that people travel safely.
Okay.
We can, when you can meet with me and Robin and have a chat about what sort of, I hadn't heard that before, so it sounds like a great idea, and then we can use that to inform the reporting.
Yes, that would be good. I think also missing from the government strategy is also that aspect of road safety when they're looking at the Road to Zero. It is quite silent on that issue. So that's something that, maybe we can pick up in our submissions and things.
Yep, great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher?
I have questions and I have comment on the report. My question is on the Transport Forum. Obviously, I will be working with you as Deputy to set this up, but can you just tease out a bit about what you'd like that to, what you're seeking to achieve and who would be involved, staff and councillors around that? Because obviously, potentially, it's a very important gathering. Obviously, we want it to go just beyond the talk shop. It's got great potential. What's your thought processes on that?
Yeah, sorry, I completely missed that off my list. It's basically just what's written in there. I just had a discussion. I've had a talk to Councillor Thompson just about it. She thought it was a good idea. Obviously, I talked to the General Manager first because it's staff's workload. So, yeah, it's very early days yet, and so next year, and we'll certainly do it after the LTP, but I always feel like there's this pressure valve out there in the community with all of those groups that advocate, and Sarah works very, very closely with a lot of them. So we'll just get round the table with the staff and design what that looks like, but certainly my wish would be that it's not us just talking one way at all, which is what you've just highlighted. So,
because obviously out of that is giving flesh to things like the 20-minute city, the point that Councillor Thompson's been raising around the Road Vision Zero. So, and obviously then with the strategy and policy committee, there's this, I think potentially, Madam Chair, that it's got huge potential if we get it on the right. And then what I would be looking for is some kind of, when we receive submissions, we give a checklist, when the ideas come up, that we capture that and we somehow, evolve that progress.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, there's nothing on Zoom, no, so that's all the questions. So the recommendation is on, oh, did you want to speak to the? Okay, she'll wait. So recommendation is on page 16, so I'll move that the Chair's report be received, seconded by councillor Gallagher. Any discussion? No? All those in... Oh, yes. Sorry, Ms Southgate.
Yes.
You're up.
Just getting, I don't often Zoom because it's a little easier to be in, but just a couple of comments. First thing, thank you for going to the water conference, Angela. I think it was, I've heard from other people that it was an excellent broad conference, and of course you would have had to listen to quite a few water engineers as well, so good on you for that. But it's an important area of our work going forward, so welcoming your ability to bring some of those key speakers in to get us all up to scratch. So I just wanted to say thank you for your time on that. In terms of the waste, because I'm not there to have a piece of celebrated cake, it's very rare that I'm Zooming, but I'm Zooming today. I just want to add my vote of thanks to the waste team. They know how grateful I am for the huge work they've done and the amount of additional stress, like you say, the interface with the public, who are uncertain, but let's focus on our considerable successes where a city like ours is leading the way with food recycling, and I think that's amazing. Like you say, Chair Angela, when the Trompost came back, it really brought it home to people what we are doing in closing the cycle of waste. Look, I've been at the local government meetings recently, and waste still comes up as an issue, and I know you've got an item on it next, well, I'll probably ask a few questions then, but we are leaders. Hamilton City Council is leaders, and it's thanks to the staff for that. We need to continue leading in some of the other growth areas, which is construction and demolition waste, which is still a really big proportion. And I'm going to say it all the time, and staff won't be surprised, I still maintain a strong focus on the very best events waste recycling. So I might ask a few questions in the next item, but thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak here. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms Southgate. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Chair. Angela, I speak in support of your report. I'm just lamenting on how recently it was that I think it was Jeff and I put up Vision Zero because Peter Boss was sitting there, and some older eyebrows in the room went up and said, "Oh, it's all very aspirational, very nice, pat, 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 off you go." But we got it through, and it was close. And we realised it wouldn't be cheap, but we realised it was very, very serious. And I didn't realise how significant it was until we went to the Traffins conference in Nelson. And all of a sudden, people were patting us on the back as if we're revolutionary, going, "Oh, you're the first council, you're the safest council in the world." I urge us to keep that record intact, and I applaud this work. I'm waving my hand madly to be involved if there's a spot around the table with that, because I'm very passionate about road safety. And also too, I think what you've done is lovely with regards to staff naming them, with their tremendous work. I think it's a major milestone in our history, the new system that over many, many years, since way before my time, this has been coming. So congratulations, guys. I'd like to say, where's your bin? No, where's your wheelie bin? Dad joke, don't worry. But congratulations, well done. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. I didn't get the joke. Explain it to me over cake. I don't...
You go out to the rubbish bin and say, "Where's your bin?"
I still don't get it. Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, thank you. There was a 60s LP called "What's Been Did and What's Been Hid," which some our age group would remember. But look, Chair, I'm speaking in support of your Chair's report today. I'd be interested to follow up with Sarah, if it has, Councillor Sarah, if it has significance, the quote from the Helen Clark Foundation in terms of what its context, where it appears in context, how it's been determined, and what the effect is. Because when I reflect back on the last few years in council and pre-Vision Zero, we have been doing a lot in the city to try to mitigate against road deaths and road injuries. And I think of, you know, the slower speeds, which I think was coming in around about 2012, and how we've slowed many streets down from 80 k's to 60, and many from 50 down to 40 and 30. Even yesterday, at yesterday's briefing, we were talking about closing down some streets to motor cars. So, you know, I think we have to pat ourselves on the back, as Councillor Mark says, to the fact that we have been very proactive in this space, and we are trying to mitigate against the costs of road deaths and road injuries. And that leads me to my final point, I guess. You quoted the cost of a death at 4.4 million as being some sort of statistic I think that government might use, but the cost of injuries may be significantly higher over a much longer period, and I'm sure that ACC have got stats there of injuries and what impact they also have on our economy. So it's probably not a bad idea, and I thank you for raising that stat, but not a bad idea also to look at the injury levels and the potential cost to the country's economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher?
Councillor Pascoe's focus on the cost of life-changing injury in different ways is just as incredibly serious and incredibly cost, because obviously if you see someone whose life is dramatically changed and their family's life is dramatically changed, and the lack of, you know, the huge cost in many cases over a lifetime of disability is absolutely huge. I think also Rob is right to acknowledge the long-term political leadership and professional leadership of this city. When I was an MP back in the 2000s under the excellent Helen Clark-led government, this city was with Annette King as the Transport Minister, you know, with Dave Mack as the relevant chair, we were this city was the pioneer of the rollout for the school sign. You know, so we've actually been cutting edge. And obviously, what I want to raise under the General Manager's report, I do have some misgivings around the effectiveness or otherwise of the Regional Land Transport Committee process around some of these Vision Zero issues, because I suspect this council is probably far more enthusiastic and focused than maybe one or two others in the region, but I'll come up to that later. I just also want to thank you, Madam Chair, for your and Rob's report on the water, because obviously what you're reminding us, this is a critical issue, you know, facing local government, and obviously we need to embrace change, or it's done, you know, do or it's done, or be done too. And just finally, Madam Chair, thank you for acknowledging by name the amazing team that was involved in our new rubbish and recycling contract. And I apologise to Eva, Lisa and Trent particularly, because when I walked down a corridor and I said, I want to talk to you about recycling, they ducked in. They said, oh, I'm busy, I have another meeting. And they ducked into another room. But the thing is, I'm acutely aware that, you know, a minority of residents have probably given our staff a hard time. And I think sometimes, I will say this publicly, sometimes it's correct. If people go beyond a legitimate complaint and frustration into nasty dialogue, then that's not acceptable. That's pushed back, because our staff team are servants, loyal servants of the city, loyal workers for the city. And I think objectively they've done a fantastic job. I've actually had some real reservations and concerns around how this was going to happen in the high density parts of the city. In terms of the clean streets and that type of stuff, this process is much, much better than what we've had. And I've been personally pleasantly surprised by and large at how that has gone. And I had, as you know, been planning to go off to Queensland at this time, but I stayed, decided to stay instead, because I think actually the rollout, with one or two minor examples, has actually been incredibly smooth.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just want to echo the thanks to the team for the excellent work with rolling out the new system, and also I have also seen some of the difficult people that you've had to deal with. So thank you so much for all of that front-facing work that you've done. In terms of Vision Zero, we have been doing a lot of work and we've had a lot of focus on this, but we've also increasingly got more and more people on our roads and more bigger cars on our roads too. And I think that, you know, in some ways we're treading water a little because increasingly we're having to fight, you know, this increasing traffic volume. It's really interesting reading this report from the Helen Clark Foundation where it talks about Oslo. So in Sweden, you know, they've halved their road deaths since they've had Vision Zero. Last year in Oslo, the capital city of Norway, they had no pedestrians or cyclists killed and only one motorist died, compared to 41 road deaths in Auckland, as an example, in the last year. It says this was achieved chiefly by low traffic interventions, such as replacing on-street parking with bike lanes and footpaths, reducing speed limits and introducing congestion charging for the inner city. Heart zones were also drawn around many of Oslo's schools, including closing school streets to cars during school start and finish times to protect children walking and cycling to school. So no children under 15 have died on the roads in 2019 anywhere in Norway. A country with a very similar population to New Zealand. 27 children under 15 died on the roads here in New Zealand last year. So I think that's a pretty clear message that we need to do a lot better, and I think that there's a lot of food for thought in this report here. And I've sent it round so you can see on page 22 those stats around the impact of traffic volumes on road deaths and injuries. Thank you.
That's really interesting. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thanks. I wasn't going to speak initially, but when I noticed that Councillor Gallagher omitted to mention an important contribution that he himself made to this, and that was the delay of this whole service for about 18 months to 2 years to make sure it happened after the last election, not immediately beforehand, because he was extremely worried about the negative feedback we might get from the public. So I think his involvement there should be acknowledged. I'm sure it gave the staff kittens when they had to wait another year and a half before they introduced it. I remember Kirsty being very worried about that.
Very proud of that.
And there were some other great contributions from councillors during the debate about that. At one stage, it looked highly likely that every wheelie bin in the entire city was going to be named a Bunty bin. But we managed to avoid that fate as well. There was actually what isn't sort of known about now with all the work involved in the role. There was a huge amount of work by a number of councillors, starting in Julie Hardacre's and staff. We would be meeting once a week at some stages to design. It was a real design by committee job, the latest thing, and it survived 3 mayors to actually get into implementation, and that was an example of new councils not chucking out the baby with the bathwater and taking on board the previous work and developing it. So it was actually, that was a really good exercise right across the council, I think. And during that time, I note that Eva Lisa became a general manager too, so something must have been going well from her. She was elevated to be in charge of that whole area, not just second in charge, though some said that you were, when Chris was the manager, you were still in charge anyway. Look, the other thing I did want to raise, though, was, or support Sarah's comments about the points that we're not, as a country, doing that well, and we've certainly got some hiccups here in terms of road safety. And one of the things that irritates the heck out of me, and is still the case despite all the good words in government policies, is that it's still easier to get NZTA subsidy for roading than it is for mode shift and road safety and all sorts of other of those nice to have things, as that's really how it's viewed by the bureaucracy. And that's not because of necessarily they design it like that, it's bureaucratic inertia. and government policy inertia that's led to that. And it's, you know, the delivery on the ground, it's extremely hard to match the words on the policy papers from government. And our council is frustrated more than most by that, or earlier than most perhaps is the word. We want to get, you know, it took us years to get the school slower speed things. It's taken us years to get support for other initiatives that relate to safety. And I think if there's a message that we want to send the government, it's to do with, you know, walking the walk, not just talking the talk. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Forsyth, you're up next.
Thanks, Chair Angela. Look, I would like to add my comments of support to what Councillor Dave and Sarah have already contributed to this discussion. But I would like to emphasise that I would really like to see us as a council lobby central government, lobby Waka Kotahi, and just really continue to ask for the standard of infrastructure and the standard of delivery that we require, that all of New Zealanders need when they
Oops.
yes, we know it can be done. We know that internationally travelling on roads
Margaret, you're cutting.
Other physical things are the way that the roads are constructed. So things like having power poles close to roadsides, you know, they're a potential hazard from the start, and having medium strips with metal poles and metal wire railing. I mean, that's, you hit those and there's going to be very little chance of you coming out unscathed. Having lines painted on roads, that's not going to offer any sort of safety or any sort of buffer if there's going to be an incident where you're crossing lines. Supporting and continuing to invest in multimodal transport to reduce the number of vehicles on roads and public transport. That's another way of making our roads safer. It's not just about speed limits. Yes, that's something that we can do and we can influence. But I think lobbying central government to improve the standard of roading, to improve the standard of our safety on our roads, as I said, by doing other things that we know work overseas, other than just reducing the speed limit, is something that we really need to continue pushing. To have an aspiration and have a vision is one thing, but then we need to have real support and real commitments to doing this thing properly. And just asking people to reduce their speed, I think, is only one facet. It's not going to do it. We have to really improve the standard of our roading and reduce vehicles and cars on roads as well in any way, shape or form that we can. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I'll just wrap up with a couple of comments and just wanted to echo what Councillor Forsyth and Councillor McPherson have touched on in terms of funding. In my report, I mentioned that the GPS has a much stronger focus on road safety with Vision to Zero, but it doesn't come with any additional funding. So we are exactly in the same position we've been in decades with that frustration. I also just want to thank you everyone for your comments and debate. It's been a really busy year for this committee, and I have enjoyed the challenges. I have absolutely 100% the best GM, but I'm a bit biased about that. We have a great working relationship, and I really value her time. I try not to take much of it at all, actually, because I know how busy she is. But thank you very much, committee members. It's been a really busy year. We've done a hell of a lot of work, and it's certainly not looking to slow down anytime soon. So I appreciate your enthusiasm and your comments. All right, we'll put that to the vote just on the show of hands. All those in favour? Mayor Southgate, are you in favour? She's waving. And there are any against? No, that's carried. Wonderful, thank you. Right, let's move on to some rubbish. Item 7, page 20, and we'll have Trent come up to the hot seat. No, Mark, stop. So this is the first of a regular report going forward that we've spoken about over the past so many months, and I'd like to just give a shout out and special thanks to Councillor Gallagher, Thompson, Forsyth and Bunting in his former role of leading this work for their help in informing the things that will go into this report on behalf of elected members, so thank you for that. Also, just a reminder that this is to be read in conjunction with the PX item, which is around some contractual discussion, so if you could just be mindful. But Trent, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Obviously Scott's up here with me as well,
Yes.
as contract manager. Kia ora koutou. Firstly, just want to say thank you for the acknowledgement of the team and the staff that have been involved, from yourself, Madam Chair, and the committee. It means a lot to staff. It has meant a lot over the last couple of months. It has been very tough. Just words of support and encouragement, and just knowing that you've got our back and you've been behind us along on this journey, it does mean a lot to staff. And some dark times, it's always nice to hear something really positive back. So we're always trying to share that with the team and keep everyone going along. So look, I think we did get off to a bit of a bumpy start. Kind of a victim of our own success. The food waste was overwhelming, and I guess it had a bit of a flow-on effect in terms of a few other things that have been slow to catch up, but it's probably not a bad thing for us to have in terms of the food waste causing a few problems, because we've had a lot of feedback from around the country, various councils, even MFE, just got on how well we're doing. It's been really cool to hear what we've sort of been said, and everyone watching closely. So hopefully we are leading the way with where we're going with our service. Obviously, we've got a public excluded section for this rollout, just around any contractual matters, and we also have a couple of representatives from EnviroWaste, our contractor, coming along to answer any questions that may come up, and also just give a bit of indication from their perspective how it's gone. So with that, I'll take the report as read.
Great, thank you very much. All right, questions. First up is Councillor Forsyth. You're on mute. There we
Thanks,
go.
John. I'm here. Look, if I can say congratulations to the team. I just want to add that to my personal comments. So thank you very much. I know how long and hard that you've all been working to really get this successful rubbish collection over the line. Just one question, well, two actually, but I'll save the second question for PX around the contract. But point 41, can you just explain why are retirement villages opting out, and what can we do to help them opt back in?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Forsyth. There is a number of retirement villages that have national arrangements in around rubbish and recycling. So they have historically opted out because they've got a national provider for the service and a national service level. So any retirement villages that opted in, any of the retirement villages that opted out were opted out of the service prior to our change of service level. We've spoken with all of them whether they want to change, but a number of them want to stay with those national arrangements.
Okay, is that just, I'm just thinking, how can we use this as an opportunity to actually get them on board, whether their contract comes up for renewal, that might be a good time. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you for your job, but really getting as many people on board with our system is what we want. And if they understand obviously what the benefits of joining our system and what we're trying to do, that's got to be a win for everyone. So it's just a contractual thing that I'm just wondering if we can appeal to their willingness to really look after our environment rather than just pursue a contract that's unfavourable.
I think the opportunity definitely exists to continue talking to them around options moving forward. And it's potentially also what may come out from a central government perspective around sort of expectations around what happens with waste and diversion, etc., moving forward. So if we keep in conversation with them and just in potential opportunities.
Okay, yeah, that sounds like a good approach. Second question, if I may, Mayor Paula brought it up earlier on, and that's about construction waste. I know we need to walk before we can crawl and run, but what are our plans for that area of waste? Because it is one of the biggest contributors to landfill, and I understand there is a system up and going, whether it's on a trial basis or whether it's fully operational in Auckland around construction waste. What are the opportunities for us here in Hamilton to attack that?
There's a lot of opportunity, yeah, definitely, and that's really our next focus. We've kind of had quite a concentrated focus on the new service, but we really recognise that the significance of the construction and demolition material, within the action plan for the waste management and minimisation plan, there's actions associated with that. I know Kirsty's doing a lot of work at the moment with various stakeholders in industry out there, and we're going to be doing a little bit more work in December around just bringing together a bit of a forum and looking at options. With the takeover of EnviroWaste of the Hamilton Organic Centre in July, that EnviroWaste signalled that they are really looking for opportunities as an additional construction and demolition receiving point, as well as the plans with Habitat for Humanity on that site to look at a kind of a construction and demolition material shop, reuse shop as well. In addition to that, Waste Management have just opened up a site down the end of Wickham Street, and they've got a focus around collection of construction and demolition material. So it's about creating the opportunities for where it can go, and then just trying to get in the mind of people to, the right thing to do. We also have our bylaw, which around the waste management plans, and that's kind of driving where these developments go and how they're going to minimise their waste, particularly construction and demolition material.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting?
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just three short questions. One on the fly tipping, i.e. people throwing rubbish out in unsavoury places. I note that most of it is black bag dumping. And you've said there's no real significant increase in our parks and stuff, but what about just out of town in the peri-urban roads in other provinces? Do we keep a record of that, and what's our relationship with the other councils with respect to that?
Look, we haven't directly been talking with our neighbouring councils around that. At the same token, they haven't come to us around sort of raising issues within our boundary, but we've had a few problems, but then they've always been problematic areas. So it tends to be mainly with the black bags, just inside town residential, and that's just all about the behaviour change, and that's something we're going to continue working at through education.
And you're happy that's starting to?
It is. I guess from the first couple of weeks, we took an approach of, stickering all the black bags to say that, whether it was just people unaware they still couldn't use them. Then we went sort of next step of sort of moving them back onto boundaries. And then now as the numbers have dropped, we're able to manage it a little bit closer and actually investigating where we can, where they may have come from, talking to property management companies, doing a lot of work. We're regularly meeting with Kāinga Ora around their properties. So, it's something we won't sort of deal with overnight, but it's a path that we're definitely moving down.
That's great, thank you. The refuse station in Lincoln Street, I was quite worried when I saw a picture on Facebook. It could have just been a Facebook picture, but the tip was, the pit was like a mountain. And there was a fair bit of discussion on that. Is that starting to come right now?
Yeah, and I guess there's a couple of reasons behind that. It's a different methodology that they're using at the transfer station, whereas it used to go into compactors.
Yeah.
Now they load up at the end of the day and like using a material handler into the trucks.
Okay.
Currently, they've got some work going on out. EnviroWaste has got work going on out at Sunshine Ave.
Yep.
So there's material being diverted to there as well, which wouldn't normally be coming to Lincoln Street, which that's only sort of short term. And I guess the other thing is that we've always had 2 transfer stations operating,
Yeah.
which we will hopefully. Well, the talk was that it was going to be going this week, the second site of waste management. So.
Right, thank you. And one more quick one, if that's all right. The MRF, the recycling facility in Sunshine Ave, EnviroWaste one, what's the feedback on that from EnviroWaste? Is that working to capacity, or could we start looking at arrangements with other councils? Or?
I think EnviroWaste is very, that they are looking at where there are opportunities, probably with smaller neighbouring authorities. But yeah, the beauty of what they've built out there is that it can be added onto quite easily to increase capacity.
Great. Thanks, Madam Chair.
We're going to organise a trip to the, what do you call it, the MRF recycling centre. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
So we'll make sure we do that in the new year. Mayor Southgate, you're up next.
Thank you. Just to follow on from the comment on construction demolition, because that was raised by the joint meeting of the Policy Advisory Group and the Governance and Strategic Group of local government. So they've identified it as a key waste stream at a national level. So you will be working closely with them. They were talking about potentials with levies, to do some different things with levies to incentivise better waste off site and low waste design and things like that. Is that something that we will be involved in?
I believe, related to the levies, all local authorities will have that, be involved in that. We also sit on the Wastemen's TA Forum. Kirsty represents Hamilton City Council on that. So we're definitely sort of trying to get it to the forefront and be involved in what's going on. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I think we're not even, at this point, there's not a lot of soft work. I wonder if we can do some soft socialising of the issue with the sector, with some of the groups that work with the building and construction sector, so that when we have a solution, it's not necessarily a sledgehammer, but they're aware that this is something that we're working on. Do you think that's useful?
I think we've been on that journey for a little while already. And definitely a lot of conversations with the sector. We've created videos, for builders to show them, how they can actually sort of reduce or reuse the construction demolition material. So I think we're definitely heading in the right track and already partly there.
Okay. So what's the timeline to be able to come back with some kind of action plan on it, on construction waste?
I'd say.
Because honestly, we have been talking about this now for about 9 years, even when I was back on regional councils. It's one of those ones that just keeps coming around.
I think we're definitely going to be in that space in the new year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So within the next year or so, something tangible could potentially be happening in that waste stream?
I believe so, yes.
Good news. Okay, so give me now some good news, please, about the events. What is happening in that space? We started off some work when Mark was chairing the waste group last term, and I know we've done a little bit of work around our events venues. We have a couple of, we have the largest events venue plus the gardens plus the stadium. Well, so that's three really big events venues. And we help other people with events in our public spaces. Well, how's it going? Because we're certainly not there yet, are we?
No, look, I'll pass that one to Scott because he's been doing a lot of work, particularly with Claudelands, just around our opportunities that we have there.
So there's probably a couple of things just on that front, Mayor Southgate, that I'll talk about. First is Gourmet in the Gardens, which has just had its second event for the year, and we've set them up with the same recycling options as curbside collection. So centralised food waste collection, glass collection and mixed recycling collection. That and some of the excellent work that has been done by the organiser of the event on getting further use of the silver service has really managed to reduce the waste coming out of that event to being the equivalent of, I think, about 5 or 6 wheelie bins an event, which is pretty phenomenal for an event that size. So I think there's some good things happening there with it, and that we have the same back of house set up at Hamilton Gardens for those events as well. Now, you quite rightly pointed out, we started on the journey with H3 about 12, 18 months ago, and around, some recycling options, which which are now in place there and around both food waste, glass, shrink wrap, and a number of other, and the glass and mixed recycling that sort of matches the curbside collection. That has been put in place, but we are also working heavily with H3 and EnviroWaste in around what we think will be a little bit of a game changer out there. That we're working to get all the packaging used by Montana for the events certified as being compostable. So a lot of the issue with events waste, that it may be on cardboard or plastic items that can be recyclable. It's heavily food contaminated, so can't go through the normal material recovery facility process. But we have agreement with EnviroWaste that we will be taking the event waste, the packaging as food waste, and then there will be a separate food waste collection there for it that will be mixed in with our food waste and turned into Tronpost. So that's being trialled at the moment. We also have worked with EnviroWaste to stick some the compostable items into our from H3 into the composting manufacturing process in cages, just to check that they are going to compost during that process. So you'll see what I think is a pretty significant game changer on that one coming up within the next month. And around that, H3 are just currently working on making sure their staff are on board with it, and that they have the right marketing collateral and bin set up for events there.
Okay, thank you, because I think, thank you, that's a good answer. I know that Sean mentioned to me that they were thinking putting in a food garden and using compost on site, some composting bin bins and things like that, and growing things for the kitchens potentially, which sounded interesting. Just from the education point of view though, so you feel that even though some of the waste might not be recycled as well as we'd like because it's contaminated, there is still a value, isn't there, in the public?
It won't be recycled as such, it'll be composted because all their packaging range is compostable. So it will be, yeah, so it'll be turned into, it's going to form part of the Tronpost that's coming back.
But some way can we add some education tools, because I noticed at the last concert, maybe the dudes actually, that was at, people were throwing their cans and glass nilly-willy, they were going in the rubbish bin still, even though there was a glass bin there. So there's a little bit of education to occur. People have got in the habit of just chucking it into the nearest bin as they walk past it.
Yeah.
Definitely, and it's looking for opportunities, even looking at what they've got at Lincoln Street with the recycling drop-off. Do we make the side, for glass only sort of bins, and they have to put them in one at a time? I don't know. It's looking for any opportunity that we can educate the public further.
Yeah. And one of the things with events, you always get the portion of the community that wants to do the right thing, and then unfortunately there is a small portion that doesn't do the right thing about rubbish and recycling. So I should also add too that as far as H3 goes, we've also with H3 and the EnviroWaste put in place e-waste recycling bins there for their e-waste that's generated on site, as well as bins for plastic milk bottle lids, metal milk bottle tops, and also putting aside batteries for recycling as well too. So some significant changes and improvements happening there.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Trent. I was just wondering, in terms of the glass crates, I've heard from a few people in the community that they're having an issue with being able to fit all their glass into the, which suggests, something, but into the crates, you know, now that it's only on a 2 weekly basis that it's being taken. And, you know, maybe around the university, I don't know if there's extra issues there and stuff too, but are you hearing many complaints or issues around that?
We're getting a few, probably not as many as we expected, and I think a lot of it was probably until people started using the service, that, you know, they just looked at the crate as what they've used for everything beforehand. What we have, and we've seen them out there for ourselves at the sort of overflowing bins, and I guess, you know, we've tried to sort of talk around, you know, options for people. You know, it's if your neighbour's not filling up their bin, can you, you know, share with them, get them talking to each other.
Someone's already done that at our property.
And I guess there's also a view to, you know, whether there's satellite sites that where recycling can be taken. So we're looking at these things in the future. And, you know, there's still discussion in central government around container deposit scheme.
Yes.
Maybe a couple of years away, but you'd think something like that, all of a sudden they have a value. So, this will be pretty quickly.
Okay, I'd be really interested in an update around that, because unlike the red bins where you're trying to get people to reduce rubbish, in this case you do want them to recycle their glass. So if we are finding that for some people it's too small, it would be good to know kind of what solutions there are.
Great, thank you. Councillor Gallagher?
That leads me on to my question, because under the old system, you could purchase a second bin, and it just went out on a weekly basis. So what I would flag, you know, when we do what I call the fine tune, is whether in fact there is some flexibility within the contract for people to put out a second bin. And, you know, let's be blunt, if a student or other people have a party and there's a whole lot of bottles, it's in everyone's interest that they have the ability to actually legitimately put out the Saturday night events bottles, you know, and rather than being lying around, just get rid of them. That, and kind of, I'm just wanting to sort of perhaps have a discussion around the degree of flexibility, so I'd flag that. The other thing is, are we, and generally, what feedback are we getting on the red lid bins relative to, say, larger families or larger households? And I appreciate there's a degree of education and people changing behaviour. What are we getting any sort of are we coming across for large families or large households issues in that regard?
Obviously, we've had a few that have reached out to us, obviously, that they're concerned about the size of the bin. The same token, I've also had a lot of feedback, particularly down at your neighbourhood on Sunday, that people were saying that they were very critical of the size of the red bin, and they're surprised at how well it actually now works for them. And I think a lot of it is we have made a significant behaviour change for the community, and it is possible. You just have to really think about what you're doing.
So in the regular reports, I think that and the glass, those are two issues I would you know, what I call a tweaking. I'd be interested in monitoring and having you know, ongoing monitoring discussions of that. And then obviously the next question, which you're not surprised at all from me, it's the 35 about working with KO and property management companies in the high density areas. And I realise probably in public excluded we'll talk a bit more around where the contractor does X and we do Y in terms of, you know, the litter clean street stuff. So I'll sort of come back to that. How is the sort of the interaction, if you like, going with KO and the property management companies you've identified you need to work with? How is that progressing?
With Koinga Order, we're actually right from the early stages of been meeting regularly with them. We've actually found some of the properties that we've had problems in the past
Yeah.
have actually no longer an issue. We had a few issues in terms of supply of bins to their sites initially, but we've worked through that. So, look, very receptive and working closely with them. We've been in contact, staff been in contact with a number of property managers. We were finding some things where they were not even using the bins, so putting the onus back on them. Also pointing out their obligations under the bylaw in terms of owners and managers of multi-unit developments. So we've had a response from that perspective.
So basically, where there's a problem, then that property manager comes up on your grid radar, so to speak, and you develop that relationship, because it's a sort of the initial carrot before the stick, I assume.
Definitely.
Yeah. No, that's. The other question, and this relates to our district plan and our LTP process, and we had that, where we've identified properties moving forward, trying to encourage, high density dwellings to look at, off-road collection. What work are we continuing to do in that area in terms of, when we give consents for a particular high density development? Obviously, do I take it, Evelise and Trent, you're having huge input into our city planning?
I think it's great for, that now waste is identified.
Yeah.
We're getting invited and pulled into these discussions well in advance. Obviously, we've got our waste management minimisation plan requirements under the bylaw for development. So definitely somewhere we may have been an afterthought now, been involved up front nice and early.
Okay, no, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question's with regard to the plastics, and note that 3, 4, 6 and 7 are collected at the curbside, but there is no viable market to be using those, and that they're sent off to landfill. And it's with regard to residents' understanding of that fact. And is there a lost opportunity in terms of being able to use their knowledge as collateral for advocacy around pressure on the manufacturers and others who bring those, force us to bring it into our households?
I think there's a lot of pressure nationwide around that, because obviously we're not the only TA. Everyone, a lot have very clearly stated now that they're not going to collect and will not start collecting other than 1, 2 and 5. Definitely, I think central government's looking at very closely, and whether it's going down the path of similar to like single-use plastics, that these products start becoming not banned, even for lack of a better word. From our perspective, we've always, we've hopefully communicated to the public that yes, we are collecting them, but we aren't recycling them. So we've always been very open about that. We didn't want to deceive anyone from that perspective. We have the opportunity, if anything does become viable, that we're collecting those. So, but it may be at some point in time that through this committee or council that it's a decision is that we don't collect those any longer. And that may be a national directive as well.
However, though, there would be a cost to council to send those off to landfill. Is that would be correct?
Correct. It is a small portion of the waste stream. So it's
fairly insignificant. It's under 15% of plastics. So.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I just got a bit of feedback, Trent, if you could, around the body corpse. That was potentially a problematic site with the congestion and access for the trucks and conglomerate of. I just wondered how that's going, and also steep driveways and those sort of accessibility issues that some people were a bit concerned about in the front end.
Yeah. Probably start with the accessibility. So with our assisted service collection, that was around some people that had struggled to bring out their bins, etc. So we've actually had to look at a step further with that, because some of these people have put back, used their back car to take their material up to the roadside. So we're just trying to work through options around where there's an alternative to leave their bins up at the top, not on public space on the footpath or the berm, but around that, and just what else we can do to help support that.
I guess, sorry, just on that, and that potentially, does that fit into the bespoke element you're talking about later? Or could do?
There is potential it could, yes, but it's not at this stage. But yeah. Do you want to?
I guess the other thing that we were looking at is, something like a bin towers for the public as well too, for some of those hard to reach locations. That's something that you can either fit onto your car, either at the tow bar or or a hatchback that allows for it allows you to hitch your bin onto the back of the car and move it that way.
Is that still a work in progress in terms of a prototype or local manufacturer?
No, they're out there.
They're out there.
So we are looking to get someone just.
Several manufacturers with it.
Thanks.
So yeah, in terms of, I guess, the body corps, a lot of that was around getting indemnity for our contractor to access the sites. So most of that we've managed to work through. There's probably still a couple of very few. We have not got that. So, and it's also looking at alternative arrangements where the bins can be brought out to a certain point for collection rather than actually a truck driving in and around.
And I think probably a few people have been pleasantly surprised how much space there is on the public berm around those locations for managing to put bins out.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all of our questions. We've well and truly delved into the kitchen and the operational detail there, as a colleague of mine has reminded me. But this is the first report, and so yeah, I allowed that to extend into the kitchen as it did. But Mayor Southgate, did you have another question?
Have you moved it?
No, just about to. Do you want to move it?
If you move it, I'll second it.
Okay.
That's fine, and then I'll just a couple of comments, quick comments.
Okay, all right, so that's been moved from myself, seconded by Mayor Southgate. Mayor Southgate, your comments?
Because look, again, congratulations for the work, the leadership that you're showing on behalf of our council. We're starting to be really recognised as movers and shakers in the waste industry, people who are prepared to be brave and do things differently, and that's the only way. With the waste levy all set to increase, the costs to local government and business as usual become quite high. So business as usual is not an option. But it's not an option also for the environment, in my view. So while it will be more cost effective in the long term to engage in these new ways, we also can't neglect our responsibility to the environment and future generations long term. So I'm delighted with the work we're doing, and I'll just keep being one of those perpetual reminders about construction waste and demolition waste, because I think it's still up near 30% of our volume of waste, as I understood. Maybe that's changed. But the other two things that are very important to me as an elected member is to lead the way with events, so that, because I think that's where we've got people together and we can start to educate them about the importance. I'd like to see at the events some explanation of what we're doing and why we're doing it, to make people engage and decide that they too want to be part of a city that is leading in waste management. And the other aspect I just want to keep reminding people about is we haven't solved tyre waste, and with over 3 million tyres dumped a year, we really still need to have a comprehensive nationwide approach to tyre waste, and I'll just keep on talking with government about that too. We've just got to do something better in that space. But overall, we are leading, so congratulations to you all.
Thank you, Ms Southgate. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep, we are leading. We were also leading, 20 years ago when we put our first green recycle bins out, and it's like technology, this field, isn't it? We lead for a little while and then we get out of date very fast, but I'm confident that we've got the right team, the right contract and everything to stay in front of the pack, so well done. I also would call upon those behind the Metro Spatial Plan, the H2A Corridor Plan, the Mayoral Forum, to start talking about integrated waste systems, because a lot of these facilities worldwide that recycle and reconstitute plastics in particular, anaerobic digestion is another one, rely on scale. And they rely on the scale of content that our little city can't actually provide. So it's not necessarily economic yet. So only when we start working interprovincially will we start to get the scale to a point where our recycling and our refuse becomes a resource. So countries like Sweden, for example, are doing this on a massive scale. They recycle 99% of their rubbish compared to 22% just 18 years ago, most of which they're now converting into heating and energy with these massively expensive plants that need the constant fuel going in. And I'm not suggesting we open our wharves to our neighbours Australia and say, we'll take your trash, but I think we can do things a little bit larger scale now. Paragraph 26 points out that plastics 3, 4, 6 and 7, as Maxine pointed out, are still being landfilled, so we're actually only collecting one more set of plastics at this point. So we're vulnerable to world markets, and we are always going to be vulnerable to world markets unless we start doing it ourselves. And again, the only way we can do it ourselves is by being scalable, and the only way we can be scalable is by working interprovincially. So when we do this right, our waste will become a resource. So I'm looking forward to future work and where this goes. And it has many more benefits than just the environment as well. It's economic and it's community. Regards the bottle bins, my last point, I wouldn't want to see us increasing the number of bottle bins at people's houses, just from my point, as they only take glass, no longer cans and cardboard. And, while we joke about sneaking our bottles into the neighbours' bins, Jeff, anyone, I think it's actually fantastic. It works in our street, and anything that gets neighbours talking to each other is fantastic from my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I'll also echo support and thanks to Trent, Scott and their teams for initiating and managing the rollout. COVID obviously was not a helpful intervention during that process. I think it's also important to mention that it has been a major change for our residents, and for the most part, and we talked earlier about some residents who have given us and the team a hard time, for the most part the residents have embraced the changes, and they are too to be congratulated in terms of how the response has come back with the Tronpost and so forth. So, our residents have accepted and embraced the change. There were initial concerns that have been, for the large part that I've seen anyway, been mitigated by education. The bin sizes, the changes, the compliance were all major changes, particularly for the aged residents of the city. And I'm pleased that with some education and help from staff, I was able to observe how potential confrontational issues were avoided with some education and some confidence to that particular group, so that they were able, for the most part, to comply almost from day one. So again, thank you, and I'm looking forward, after the Deputy Mayor's spoken, to some cake at morning tea time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Look, without chewing up too much oxygen, I just really did want to take this opportunity to congratulate you guys and the team. It's just the most massive undertaking since I've been on council of anything, really, and I expected more problems than there were, and I also would understand that a lot of stress would have gone on behind the scenes that we didn't see. So I just want to congratulate you for that. Issues such as, I had early, as people mentioned the food, but it wasn't a biggie as far as I could see really in my neighbourhood. The question about the size of the rubbish bins compared to the recycling bins came up initially, but that's gone away in my circle anyway. I still, in terms of the glass, a slightly different page to Mark. I'm still getting some strange looks from neighbours about the number of bottles in there, but and my wife's given me a couple of sideways glances too. But I wouldn't mind being able to put out a second one, but I appreciate the reasons for it. So yeah, once again, congratulations, and just really, really proud of what you guys have done.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gallagher?
Obviously, follow up on everything the Deputy Mayor has said. I just want to remind ourselves, I'll state the obvious, that we have a staff team in terms of their professional expertise and reputation in New Zealand, Australasia, who are second to none. And I think that's really important. So we are leading the way, and we're totally aware that we have incredible professionals sitting in this chamber who, again, thank you so much for that interaction, because I'm a layperson, believe it or not. Even having said that, I think, obviously, as I get, we'll, in terms of the questions, be doing a regular report, so there'll be some, fine-tuning checklist as we go on. But I think all steam ahead. And Bunty's right, it's a journey, and obviously we're on a journey, and totally appreciate that. So, Eva-Lisa, can you confirm that you will convey to your staff team our deep appreciation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mangai Norm?
Tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa mō o koutou ake kaha ki te hapa i tō tātou nei awatanga o te taio. So just again acknowledging the efforts and great work that the team has achieved thus far. It might be on Māori TV tonight, I think, but having had the interview in regards to the para kore kaupapa, there's an exemplar in Whangaroa that is showcasing Indigenous and community leadership around sustainability. So if we can scale that up here in Kirikiro and actually take the message throughout Aotearoa and further afield, then that's fantastic in terms of the legacy that Hamilton City Council has for our community. One of the great assets that's been shared across a number of forums at the moment is actually the mind shift and the behaviour shift and the actions of our community, but more importantly, the future community in terms of rangatahi and mokopuna. And so a lot of kids themselves are starting to recognise the behaviours of putting their rubbish in the appropriate bins, but actually even before that, understanding what they even buy before it actually ends up in the bin. So it's that process of elimination right at day dot in terms of purchasing the product at that point of sale. So I just want to acknowledge the mind shift and the legacy of the learning that's going to be long term in regards to this fantastic kaupapa. So again, tēnei te mihi, kia ora.
Kia ora, Norm. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I wanted to echo Paula's comments around construction and demolition waste. I think it's a lost opportunity that we actually have as a city and a country, because a lot of what goes into a landfill from construction and demolition doesn't need to. It can be reused, recycled, repurposed in different ways. And interestingly, Auckland a couple of years ago did a study into the circular economy and found that it could have $8 billion worth of benefit to their economy through taking a circular economy approach. And a big part of that is looking at how we use construction and demolition waste. And about 40% approximately of our waste to 50% nationally is from construction and demolition. So it would be I think really beneficial to look at what we can do to continue to do work in this space, whether it's through this committee or the Environment Committee. But once again, thank you for all of your work with the rollout. And I did want to say that the streets look a lot cleaner than they used to. We lived on Fifth Ave for a while, and it was just covered with litter after every rubbish day. It was really disgusting. And now the streets look a lot better, and I think that it really brings up the community to have cleaner streets, and it gives it a much better feel. So it is contributing to that social well-being as well as environmental. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I'll just wrap up. Support everything that everyone has talked about. One of the strangest calls, and I've probably had 3 or 4 of them, plus comments that I've got from people, are people saying, is it weird that I'm really proud that there's a line of soldiers standing outside, out my street? And it comes to Councillor Thompson's point of how clean and tidy the streets look now. And I remember that was part of the conversation, and certainly Councillor Bunting, as the former chair of the group, would recall there was so much concern with all these big bins, where are we going to fit them all, what's that going to look like in terms of being lined up out our streets, and people are really proud and they get quite a buzz. And I certainly know on when I'm travelling in from Dinsdale, like I did this morning, and I'll drive down Killarney Road, and I'm just hoping for that day where there's 100% compliance, and it was today. So well done, Killarney Road. I also have to say that the first couple of weeks I ran out to meet, like a real geek, ran out to meet the food truck driver, and I had to have a chat to him, so I probably contributed to the delays in service, which I apologise. But it was so exciting. It was great to see that they were electric trucks, and the drivers were really enthusiastic. I also find myself, like a geek, applauding and cheering from my lounge or my deck every time the rubbish truck comes and manages to manoeuvre. I'm in a cul-de-sac. Those arms to pick up those bins so effortlessly. I just think it's quite a skill. Also, the milestone of 1 million kilograms is phenomenal. So well done, Hamilton. That's 1 million kilograms of food waste diverted from landfill. That alone is amazing. I share Councillor Forsyth's questioning around retirement villages. Councillor Gallagher and Councillor McPherson, who know the member from Netherville, who is probably watching today, aka my mother, is really on board with the new service, but unfortunately Netherville, like a few other retirement villages, is not quite there yet, and I think it's around education. So she's certainly willing to lead the way and have a bit of an open day, also have staff go and talk to them, and she's the sort of the unofficial waste champion there. So I'd like us to see if we can get a few more of the retirement villages on board. But look, thank you everyone for your comments. Thank you again to the team. I certainly won't see a service change as significant as this for our city in my lifetime, and this is a legacy that you've all contributed to, and you should be very, very, very proud. So with that, I'll put it to the vote, and then I'm just going to get the General Manager who has a few words to say, and then we will celebrate with cake. So all those in favour? Yeah, it was. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And any against? No, that's unanimous. That's carried. General Manager?
So, in a few words, I promise, for cake. I just also wanted to reiterate the thank you to elected members, both past and present, for leading in the decision-making of this council in terms of the change that we've made for waste management and minimisation. The brave decisions, and one that we're seeing the success of today, particularly when we're seeing the Tron Post being delivered here in terms of the outcome and seeing what benefit we are making. I'd also like to thank the team. You're seeing the tip of the iceberg. There is probably 100 more staff within this organisation and outside this organisation that's supported, and so and both past and present. So there's moved on, and they're not in the roles that they are, but they played an integral role in getting this through. So just want to acknowledge them. They know who they are. I'm not going to name everyone because I'm scared I'm going to miss someone, but also to Chris Allen as the General Manager at the time too. So I just want to acknowledge the work that he did. So thank you again. We couldn't have done this without your support, and we are truly grateful for the comments, the positive feedback. It did keep us going. It did keep the team going, and we truly appreciated that. And also thank you to the community for the patience that they showed. Without them, this change wouldn't have happened, and just the patience that they showed to allow us to be successful is appreciated by us too. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's have cake, and we'll come back at 20 past. So the team's going to join us. Oh, it's freezing in here.
Is it?
You feel We're all high on sugar and chocolate and icing and all those good things. Right, so committee members, we're on to item 8. Now this is the Kurikuri Green proposal to declare a pedestrian mall. This is just a step in the process. So thank you, Councillor McPherson. Thank you, Councillor Wilson as seconder. We can take the report as read. Jason is here if there are any questions, but please keep it to the process because this is now going out for public consultation. No, Councillor Bunting has a question on process.
The consultation you've done already. I know we haven't asked emergency services. Is that in the plan of attack or?
Look, I must admit, I've spoken to Robin about the key stakeholders. I didn't ask that specific question, but they certainly would be considered as part of the statement of proposal going out to the public.
So you will be doing that?
Yep.
Okay, cool. That's it.
Thank you. And Councillor Pascoe has a process question.
Process, and always questions too. What's the likely capital and then the annual OPEX cost of option 3? And I'm asking this question because we are financially very conscious at the moment, given that we've got an LTP that we are actively engaged. We're becoming actively engaged in.
Okay.
So in terms of the financial costs for the consultation has been detailed.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm looking at.
But the ongoing.
I'm looking at. Yeah,
the bollards
yeah.
and the infrastructure is already in place, so we're not expecting.
Any more capex
No.
at all?
No.
No.
Not
Okay,
CapEx.
so it will just be the OPEX cost.
It's just a matter of putting the bollards up that are already in place.
Yeah, so there is an OPEX cost though. Somebody has to go out and put them down or put them up
So the way that works is
in
that-
order to facilitate an event.
Yeah, well, that can be done remotely. So there's a groundsman, a groundsperson who actually can do that, or there's staff that can do it from here, actually.
Okay, okay, so it doesn't physically require a budget
No,
for somebody to be available to go and do those.
no, not over and above like the existing
Yeah,
resource
okay,
we have in
thank you.
place.
That's my question. Thank you, Chair.
Great. All right, that's all the questions on this. The recommendation is on page 25. It's been moved by Councillor Councillor Bunting, do you have a question? No, just. Oh, okay. Moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Wilson. We're going to debate. Councillor McPherson, did you want to? Councillor Bunting
Speak very
to
briefly.
speak? Okay, there we go. You've had your rules there, Councillor
Yeah,
Bunting.
it seems so. Look, I'm all in favour of it, what you're trying to do. I just would urge that that emergency services are not only consulted but have access to the ups and downs of these bollards, because if there's an injury on that sports park, they've got to go an awful long way around, especially with our new town centre in there. So I just want to highlight that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Right, we'll do that on a show of hands. All those, excuse me, in favour, please raise your hands. Are there any against? No, that's unanimous. That's carried. Thank you very much. Right, we're on to item number 9, Transport Minor Improvements Approved Contract Sum. Remember, this isn't, new money. It's just approval from the committee. So we will, who's presenting? Hello? Yep. Chris? So over to you, Chris, or you can take the report as read, up to you.
Yeah, so I'll introduce it briefly. So as noted through the Chair, Council have an existing contract with Base Civil to deliver a 3-year program of upgrade and improvement works across our transport network. So this report seeks an increase to the total value of that contract to enable delivery of the Forward Works program, noting as outlined that there's no new funding requested as part of this. This is just a contract to deliver existing budgeted works. So happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks, Chris. Right, there are no questions. No, there are no questions. Right, I'm happy to move that. The recommendation's on page 43, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any debate? No? All those in favour, please raise your hands. Thank you. Any against? That's carried. Great, thank you everyone. Okay, we're on to item 10. This is the commuter parking on street. Now, parking always brings out the very best in us. It's a bit like driving, we're all engineers. So please, if we can keep the discussion and questions on the items on the report and not on the substantive philosophical discussion of parking, because this has had the idea of commuter parking was worked on with the previous parking task force last term. This has just recently had its time with all of us in a briefing. So, yeah, let's really stay focused on this with our questions and our debate. So I'll hand over to John and Jason. John?
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, people. So this report is just to get a approval for the deployment of on-street commuter parking zones to be put in through a phased approach. The pricing of that will be done at a later committee meeting. So at the moment, it's just we've identified the catchment areas for commuter parking. We've found a number of thousands of parks in those, and the specific zones themselves will come up at the Regulatory and Engagement Committee after we go through a gazetting process, for the gazetting process after each of those zones is engaged on by our transport engineers. So all we're looking for here is for the recommendation to go through for the approval for the deployment of or the moving to identifying spaces for commuter parking around the periphery of the city.
Great, thank you, John. We'll go to questions. Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, it's good to see this. Just a maybe technical question, John. I'm looking at some of your diagrams, and this is a sort of a legal process. So where the edge of the catchment lines go down the middle of a street, which is all there, does that mean both sides are actually covered? I'm looking at Memorial Drive, where I know they park on both sides. Are both sides captured by this? Because if I looked at this diagram, I'd wonder whether if I park on the Memorial Park side, I won't be caught by this, but if I park on the eastern side, I would be, for instance. That's on page, as an example, that was page, God, I don't know, it's 54 in the 58, sorry.
58, yeah.
Sure.
But they're all a bit like that. It's just an easier one to see.
Yeah, no, that's a fair comment. The catchments are actually just a general geographic location that we've looked at where the parking in that vicinity has met our criteria, and in the report it identifies the criteria looked at. And the legal sort of side of things will be covered off at the regulatory engagement where they actually gazette the spaces.
Your intention is to do both sides of whatever street they might be drawn up here as.
Yeah, so if you consider that generally, and there is an exception, but generally we will be looking to review, audit and assess all of the parking that's in the area. We're looking for commuter parking to be in long lines. We don't want 2 here, 5 there and things. We want long lanes of 10, 15, 20 spaces that people will know that's where they can go. All of those other gazettements will change to the opposite side of the road. So in most instances, you will not have both sides of a road in the same location with commuter parking on it. But like that will be decided at your gazetting meetings.
Okay, because that might be then a political issue. So are they going to be brought back there? Because I can see some arguments about whether Memorial Drive's a good example, actually, whether you should be capturing both sides of the road. I thought that we were sort of talking, this was what this would talk about, and you'd give us the legal wording to follow up. But it sounds like you're going to come up with a legal definition that in some cases says yes to one side and the other side's business as usual.
We're looking to look after our customers and the people of Hamilton, and like I think you pulled out one that is possibly an exception with Memorial Drive because there's no businesses in that area, so we're not having to look after the trading of businesses and bits and pieces like that. So maybe Memorial Drive will form a similar thing to Nisbet Street where we could look at the entirety. It is a local.
On the page before, you've got Ruakiwi Road and Seddon, I think it is. there with the, also down the middle of the road, and there's parking on both sides. So, in fact, if I look at the Seddon one, the side that there are some businesses like the funeral parlour,
Yep.
it looks like it's going to be captured by the catchment, and the side on the cricket ground where there's no businesses except when there's a big cricket match on aren't going to be captured. And I would have thought if you were going to differentiate, it might be look, I don't want to go into details here, but I'm just not sure that this tells the story that I had in mind that it would. If we're going to get some, you know, streets, some major streets like those, with one side in and one side out of the plan?
I would just say that I think it's an anomaly in the maps, because I can see that in the maps that all of the streets, I look at the page 57, you know, like every single street, it's halfway through the street, and I'd just say it's an anomaly. That, but what we should consider is that street is going to be under review for the possibility of commuter parking.
Well, okay, before it comes back to the next council, next committee meeting, can there be some place for discussion about those, so we don't have someone like me or Bunty bringing up a detailed argument why this one should be in and that one shouldn't be? We have that sort of discussion out of the formal part of it.
Sure, and I'll have the catchment map adjusted.
But doesn't that now go in process though? That
I mean, I think it's a good
that
idea.
detail
I'm
will
just
be-
saying we might end up with some funny consequences.
Councillor Gallagher's committee?
So can I suggest we take a staff action to come back and do to complete a workshop as part of the Hearings and Engagement Committee to define those locations, so that there is clarification of the maps and the locations, so that that feedback is taken and considered as part of that process prior to the Hearings and Engagement Committee process.
Do we need to add that into the recommendation?
No, we can do it as an action.
I think that.
If elected members are comfortable with the staff action, and so, or an addition could be included if that's where elected members want to go.
Why don't you just add that in somewhere, do some wording that gets that, because it helps everyone to clarify where it's going to get
You just add it, okay, we can wordsmith it into E. We'll carry on with questions.
I could support that.
Yep, Councillor Pascoe, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Is my understanding correct that the CBD free parking initiative is still a trial?
Yes, yes, it
Yeah,
is.
so-
Through to
so-
the end of this financial year, so there is a report coming back to council. I haven't confirmed the date, but it's probably going to be around April to the IO committee.
Okay, that was my next question, is when will that be brought back? Yeah. So where does this, I mean, you're talking about taking meters out of the CBD as part of this initiative. So where does this potentially collide with that trial, which still needs a decision to be made as to whether or not the trial might continue, or the status of the free parking might change?
So when we talk about if the recommendation is made around this commuter parking, the obsolete parking meters that we have deployed around the periphery of the city in these locations where the commuter parking is authorised to be put in place would disappear. So the risks around those parking meters disappears, that they're obsolete, they're non-supported, that they gain cash in remote locations, and staff and public and the whole cash process is at risk. That disappears. What we're looking to do is that there's another work program, and we're talking about work that Councillor McPherson and some of my contemporaries are working on around parking principles, precinct plans and bits and pieces like that. That will actually work in place with what's happening in the CBD, so it takes into consideration the CBD plan and things like that as well. What we're looking at is some small steps that can actually be done in the interim that will work for, what our customers are looking for, and for the benefit of future transportation needs in the city. What can we do that won't be affected by that work program so much? So these small commuter parking zones are a way for us to possibly derive a bit of revenue, meet the customer's needs, increase levels of compliance, review gazetted areas in the CBD and things like that prior to that bigger work packet coming out.
Okay, so would it be appropriate, given that the trial has been going, I think, for 3 or 4 years now, to roll some form of public consultation into this process around the free parking trial, to give an opportunity for residents to potentially comment on, you know, whether or not they favour, you know, either the trial continuing or the trial ceasing and it either becoming permanent or disappearing altogether?
So when we talk about the commuter parking, that was actually engaged with the public through the annual plan. So there was a specific question in the annual plan around commuter parking, and so that's.
And that was that savings that we, or the extra revenue that we anticipated collecting.
And that's what this report is about. Like the review of the parking trial. Like there was a draft report already written. It needs to be updated, but that is another work packet.
Okay, so it wouldn't be appropriate to try and roll the two together now.
I think it would slow things down a lot.
I don't think so. I think it would confuse, maybe confuse that. So there is some consultation still to be done, but it's going to be localised. So we won't be going up to the citywide or asking for that level of feedback. I would think as part of the, so they say the April report that's coming back on the CBD trial update, that as part of that you can expect to see us some survey results that we've done in preparation for that particular meeting.
So you don't think it's appropriate to take that trial out to residents for feedback?
Not now, not as part of this.
Okay. Right, thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Angela. I was wanting to ask my second favourite GM a couple of questions. Of course, Chris is my favourite GM, but Evelisa, is there any chance I could grab your attention? Good. I've got a question for you. A couple of questions. You are the GM, right? Yes, I am. Cool. Can I just refer you to page 48 of the agenda and point 3. And it says, and I'm assuming in the report, it says opportunity to increase parking revenue by 400,000. Could you clarify for me, what's the difference between discussing an opportunity and a formal resolution as part of the sort of the annual plan where we said we will generate $400,000 of parking revenue?
So in terms of clarity, you are correct. The resolution states that an additional 400,000 of revenue will be included for parking.
So this report then goes on to say, so in fact, we're not going to, if I refer you now to page 49, it's saying that in fact we're not going to have the 400,000. So that's a $400,000 loss.
So to continue on with answering, like in terms of there has been a resolution also put onto the table that commuter parking could be used to generate the $400,000 increase in revenue, hence the paper today. Staff have recognised that due to the delay in the time frame for the commuter parking, that there is still a need to generate, under the resolution, additional $400,000 worth of revenue. Staff are coming back in February with options as to how that can actually be done.
General Manager, I guess my point here is this was resolved in July.
Yes.
We are now in November.
Yes.
And we've lost all of that potential period for revenue generation due to staff reports and stuff. Why is that the case? Why is it that we're already halfway through the year that we said we were going to generate this revenue and we're still not having clarity, and we're still not having clarity until early next year?
Staff have gone through the process following the annual plan approval, which was formally adopted in August. And so from that point, it was elected members' requests that the formation of the bringing back of the commuter parking options following an Infrastructure Operations Committee resolution was to move through an elected member briefing, which then staff were directed to move that through to a Central City and River Plan Advisory Group. So in terms of process, we've done the process that elected members have requested of us, and we've come here today to formally bring back the commuter parking to deliver on the revenue expectations. And unfortunately, that was, we took the advice from elected members, and that has caused some delay, but we're not signalling that we're not meeting that $400,000.
Okay, because I'm reading on page 49 where it says specifically that. 9, due to the timing of being unable to implement the commuter parking initiative, the $400,000 increase in revenue will not be able to be realised in the 2020 and 2021 financial year. So you're saying that we are $400,000 short of revenue that we had already planned in our annual plan.
Can I just add to that, Councillor? Like I know in the clause 30, we just go into a bit more detail. So we've acknowledged that we can't achieve the 400,000 through the commuter parking initiative on its own, but that we are now looking at what are other options to be able to realise that 400,000 this financial year. So that's in the discussion of the report.
Yeah, I'll leave the rest to the debate, but I'll express how really unhappy I am with this, because it's $400,000.
Okay, so leave that for your debate then.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Bunting, you're up next.
Thank you, Chair Angela. Regards the commuter parking zones and being able to validate it, are you guys going to be able to do that? Because this is all based on, presuming, being able to validate it.
Validate parking events.
Yes, are your staff going to be able to do this?
There is another work packet that we're looking at. We didn't want to transgress into other areas of operations, but one of the key facets that we're looking for is licence plate recognition to assist us to get around these areas. Not only to ensure that the people that are using paid commuter parking are paying for that parking, which will be only through the deployment of the app to take the payments, but we need to ensure that the restrictions and gazettements that you guys make that are adjacent to those commuter parking aren't then abused, if you know what I mean. So,
can you simplify that down? I got lost at just about 2/3 through.
Okay, so we're looking to have we're looking to have the licence plate recognition up and running to ensure that these spaces can be managed, and not only that the payment is going through for the paid commuter parking that we're actually deploying, but that people aren't making the choice to go and abuse, say, a P120 somewhere else and park there all day. So we need to have the facility to manage the parking events that are occurring, and we'll be looking to do that through licence plate recognition in the extremities.
Okay, so in simple terms, you're looking at licence plate recognition technology sooner rather than later. If that's the case, would licence plate recognition technology help the free parking initiative to be a bit more profitable?
Licence plate recognition is an upcoming technology that is becoming, it is very accurate now, and it's being deployed immensely. Like I sit on an advisory board for the Ministry of Transport, and we had a meeting yesterday, and the transport legislation is changing to include these emerging technologies, and that it supports councils in these types of endeavours, because of course as technologies improved, there was a raft of court cases that would come through sort of with people sort of challenging those technologies, and so Ministry of Transport's very aware of that, and they're looking, the legislation was written in the 60s and 70s, and
sorry John, I was kind of wondering.
Yeah, so to answer your question, yeah, I believe it will. So in clause 27 of the report, we talk about, initially we're looking at just enforcing it through our parking wardens with licence plate recognition technology coming online. Now, if we can do that sooner rather than later, then hopefully it will just line up that when this commuter parking is installed, is used, and that will help us, I believe, with other areas of our parking enforcement activity.
Yeah,
and in
that's
terms of like,
all positive, yeah.
so that's one of the options that we're looking at in terms of that 400,000, the shortfall. How do we actually address that? That's one of the options that we're looking at.
So, look, yeah, so I guess that's what I'm asking. Are we just adding another level of complication to this when, if you brought in the licence plate recognition technology, we could actually make the existing system start to pay its way a bit more without the addition of this, which is generated to bring in more money?
Yeah, I see the commuter parking initiative is slightly separate from this. We're talking about all-day parking for areas of the city where obviously we've found that there's some non-compliance that happens out there, but then the effect on businesses around the area is such that we could accommodate a portion of commuter parking and generate a revenue from it. So I see them as slightly different, but
Yeah, they are different,
the LPR would assist with reducing abuse within the central city through the free parking offer.
Okay, so and I'm sorry to labour on this one, but I'm just trying to tease out the right answer to determine my support for it, and that is, can your team manage it? Like, due to the fact that one of the issues we had with the initiative 3 years ago, was that validation was an issue and we couldn't get round everybody and the technology was failing us. Are you absolutely confident that this will, speaking to Councillor Ewan's worries, that this will work? You've got the team that could do it.
Yes, LPR is what we're recommending that will sort of be our management option for this.
Okay,
Yes.
so last question, LPR, how much would that cost, ballpark?
The LPR program is about $120,000.
All up for?
Car, static cameras, integration with our infringement management system. The full package.
Citywide,
That's for one car, and we can deploy the car wherever we deem it necessary to improve the compliance in that area.
Okay, so that you're talking about the
CBD and periphery.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that can all be funded from within existing budgets. So we're not
Okay.
asking for any additional funding.
Okay, good.
For that.
Yeah. Great. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, what would be helpful, I think, just to help me here, is, you know, when we evolve this, I'd like to have a remind me of, you know, the off-street parking that people pay for commercially and what that cost is. And is there any other opportunity, and I'm using the example of the Kiwi Rail Hamilton Frankton Railway Station. Obviously there's a parking there should be for commuters to Auckland, but there's a whole chunk of ground there that could be used if people, and then, you know, with the cycleway, bikeway, using scooters, lime scooters, that kind of thing. So it just seems to me, what I'm interested in is just having an idea of what are private off-street parking for commuters and cost, and what might be some other off-street opportunities for us to possibly evolve. The question I have, then the second bit comes, if I'm a person who, like, you know how the university, you can get a term pass and you pre-purchase it, pay whatever, you $30 or something, and you punch in your number, and that they've got the record, so it's a one-off rather than having to muck around with an app. Is there plans to have some alternative, simple system where you can just purchase an annual ticket or something?
Yes, there is, and there'll be options available. They will all be digital, unfortunately, for yourself. What I mean is that it needs to be digital so that the LPR car will end up with a white list to say this parking is has been paid for. It's authorised for this vehicle to be here, if you know what I mean. So, just like you know, in the future, LPR will allow staff cars and people that are paid up for the underground car park. You won't have to stop and swipe in. It will see your number plate and it'll say, "Oh, this is a validated car," and let it in.
So just making that download and, you know, customer friendly, and give people such as myself assistance in doing all that stuff.
I think that there is actually things that we can do in that scope. In the future, we could have sandwich boards on the street, or a kiosk down in the foyer, and have people help at the beginning of such a initiative like that.
I think, and let's monitor, you know, problems that you have in that area. Now, the other thing, just help me here, the visiting, the residents, in this area, because other cities, you have a resident permit. If they've got a visitor, they want to park on the street. How's that going to work?
That's sort of outside of the scope of what we're talking about here. However, the systems we're putting in place are capable of handling any permit systems that we may.
You see what I mean? So if you're down one of and you've got a visitor, well, there's two things: that you have a second vehicle. If you've only got one garage, and you often park your second vehicle on the street. So other cities have, residence permit, and then the other issue is, no, I do all that as well. No, I do that. But of course I cycle and
Come on.
No, I'm great. Very, very passionate on those issues.
Come on, committee, come
the
on,
other thing
please.
is, Madam Chair, thank you.
all day.
The visitor. So I'm
it's
thinking
cold.
I have occasions where I go to a meeting or I'm visiting a property in one of these commuter. How does that work? Is there a 2-hour sort of a grace period or what?
So that's where we're looking to try not to have both sides of a road, so that it'll be an either-or situation to start with in the beginning rollout. And even like Robin herself, when she actually puts restrictions on a road and broken yellows, it's great to have it from one side of the road to the other to slow traffic down. This will be a similar event where we'll try to put commuter parking on one side of the road and put the restricted parking on the other side of the road, the P120s, the P10s and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that probably, and we'll monitor how successful that is, and if you can come back to on the potential residence permit, etc., that would be helpful. And just being a bit scattergun long range, do you think in time the things like private Lime scooters and that will assist in terms, because obviously I'm aware of people parking quite further afield, working in town, but coming across the wonderful Claudelands Bridge, actually using their Lime scooter to get into their place of work. So they're sort of parking what I would have thought would be way away, but the combo of options.
And I think that the decisions that we're making have to have quite a long-term focus like that. Personally, I think one of the issues that we're going to have is around about autonomous vehicles circulating around the city rather than parking. Some of that kind of stuff. We're going to have to sort of work out how that's going to work. But that's like a 10-year conversation. Using commuter scooters to come across the city, the things we put in place need to be flexible. This commuter parking, the rollout per zone is relatively cheap. And the return on investment is very short term. There's only, from what I've talked to with Parks and Open Spaces and a few others, there's only a couple of areas that we might have been looking at for commuter parking that maybe we would, and it wouldn't be that we wouldn't return the money in time, it's just that we don't want to confuse the people to say, here's some commuter parking, and then 6 months later it's gone. You know what I mean? We want to just...
And then I guess the final question is the cost of, if we want to encourage people to use our bus service, making it economically a better deal than a commuter parking.
And that's the thing, like what we're trying to do here is, and it'll be put in front of you guys in the future, is that get parking to solve some of its own problems. So if we have people paying into a commuter parking program and parking or the parking revenue, if we can use that to drive down the price of buses, at some stage people make their own choice about their modal shift within the city. As people see the cost to run their cars, park their cars, and all that kind of stuff increase, and the price of buses dropping, and the speed of buses and the frequency of buses increase, people make that decision themselves to make a modal shift.
Yeah, it's kind of the sweet spot, but no, thank you. I suspect there'll be some other questions on that, but thank you, that's great.
Councillor McPherson.
I have tried to clarify this during the discussion. I'm a bit quite confused about the report itself, because there's two different issues that seem to be merged in this. So I'm asking maybe the General Manager about this. There was an actual resolution of Council in the annual plan round to increase revenue by 400k as a result of starting to charge again for the north and south precincts within the CBD. That wasn't the exact wording, but there was an actual resolution. So, I mean, where it says point 3, an opportunity to increase, which Ewan picked up on, it wasn't. That's poorly worded because there was an actual decision by council and that was the end of it. And whether we meet the target or not is a different issue, which we might discuss in Finance Committee, for instance. So I'm just checking, that was one. And then it's been going on for about 3 years. There was the issue of whether we should charge for the we call it CBD fringe, the donut around where everyone parks free at the moment. And coupled with that is what we should, if we should charge, exactly where, which is what John's maps address, but also what we should use that revenue for was an issue that was identified right at the start, and going to Martin's point, perhaps for public transport, or there were several possibilities there raised, but this seems to meld the two together. I want to check whether the 400k that saving needs to be achieved is still confined to the north and south precincts, whether that's what that was north and south, I think it was called that, within the CBD. But we seem to sort of have them rolled together in the recommendations and the report.
So to clarify, yes, apologies. That was me trying to encapsulate the hearings and engagement committee process, so that we didn't have to come back to a committee to start looking at and seeing the opportunities in those zones for the city fringe areas, so the additional fringes. I can confirm that the resolution that was passed was an increase in operational revenue from additional central city parking revenue, so the zones. So that is, I'd just like to apologise for that. That is now I understand that concern.
So the 400k is just to come from those areas.
Yes.
And if it can't, then we can address that in the finances sort of way.
That is definitely the intent of this report, and it's not to expand out into other areas.
So not to count on any revenue from elsewhere to make up the difference?
No.
Unless we so decide that when we're discussing that?
Yes, so should there be a decision in a future committee, then that's a decision for elected members to make, but this report is solely for the 400k for the central city zones that are currently...
But the coming back in February or something that John's report mentioned, that does relate to the charges you might charge in those fringe areas, but it doesn't have a mention in there about where that might be used, because there was a definite plan when it first came up, a bright idea, if you like, which was discussed, but not decided on.
No, and so following the addition that may fall into the coming back to clarify where those locations are that elected members have requested prior to us actually going out may resolve for clarity for us as to which actual areas are to be confirmed to come back in February.
So would that part of the coming back report, looking at the outer areas, not those two north and south precincts, will you be able to identify the potential revenue if you charge this much in this area, of those 4 or 6 areas or however many there are, this will be the revenue you get, and we could see that, and that will be part of the report?
We can bring back two separate, so focusing on the CBD section and the separate to determine.
I think that's a good idea. I'd just like to remind elected members that we went to a workshop or briefing just recently to talk about giving us some guidance around the parking, and so we could grip that up and provide a bit more clarity. So we are doing some work in that space where we're looking to generate a precinct plan for the CBD fringe area, and the sorts of questions that you're asking, I would expect to see captured in there. But this is how we're actually going to long term, until the Metro Spatial Plan work is available for us. This is how we're going to manage parking in the central city. But that will capture what we're talking about here today, councillors. But I sense we may have confused you, and that was not our intention today about the commuter parking. So you are right, the 400,000 that we said we would see from this annual plan was related to the central city precincts that we had talked about, where we had identified there was underutilisation of parking in these areas that, hey, we could actually generate some revenue from these if we could turn them into commuter parking. So John's been working on that, trying to grip all that up, and that's what you're seeing here today. It's taken longer than we would have liked to get to this point.
We've got them. We've got the maps of all those outer areas which are not part of the 400K zones.
Correct.
Okay, so
And that was
so
my
when the
area.
outer areas, I can see you want to fast track, if that's the right word to use with council, fast track
Trying to
the
simplify the
regulatory process.
Yes.
Can we also there generate a discussion somewhere about how that might be used? Because part of the issue was if you're going to start charging for what they're getting free now, you should be providing an alternative and probably one that supports mode shift.
So, it's,
Yes.
yeah, so Eva Lisa's amended the recommendation, so we'll get that up on the board. I know we haven't finished with questions yet, but it picks up the opportunity to have an elected member discussion at a briefing, so we can pick up all of those things. And just to be accurate, for record, Jason was saying we meaning the staff, but actually the decision for the 400,000 on the CBD commuter was this council's. It was our decision that we made in the annual plan, so that's what we have asked to be done. So just need to make sure we're accurate with that. That was our decision as governors. Councillor McPherson, is that any other questions?
I think that covers it.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
thanks.
Councillor Thompson.
Just on that 400,000, was why was there? I might have missed some of Ewan's questioning, but how come there wasn't some advice around the realistic kind of, nature of that, whether it was actually doable?
Well, I suppose I can talk to that because I remember the Zoom meeting where I raised
So do
that.
I, very clearly.
Look, and I suppose at the time I didn't appreciate the number of, I suppose, checks and balances I would need to go through before we got to this point here. And so I thought if we had like a 12-month calendar year or financial year, we would be able to achieve that 400,000.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes, look, sorry, I'd point of order, but I don't have to, but I just feel like we're beating up on staff a bit here. I do recall the Zoom meeting, we were in lockdown.
Yes.
We asked for the 400,000. Yes, they said that they think they could do it, but as the General Manager has pointed out in terms of process, we have delayed this. So please can we just stop beating up on staff? Governance questions are great, but we have delayed this. It's come to a couple of briefings, it went to the advisory group and now it's here. And it's only a 2-month delay because we have adopted the annual plan in August. So it is only 2 months, but they are giving us a very early heads up that it's going to be tough to meet that. So can we just please be respectful of staff and our decision making, our responsibility in the process. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Your comments imply that we haven't been respectful for staff.
No,
and I'm
just
really
asking-
offended by that commentary because, in fact, we have been incredibly respectful of staff. That does not negate our ability.
Yes, no.
It does not negate our ability to
Councillor
hold
Wilson, and
staff accountable.
yeah, if you just let me rule on the point of order, and when the chair's speaking, it's polite for members not to.
Right.
Thank you. I'm feeling that the line of questioning is getting a bit tough on staff, and I'm just doing my duty as a chair to remind us that as governors, it was our decision to ask for the revenue increase, our decision to ring fence that to the CBD, and our decision to delay the process, not staff. So I'm just making that clear for all members. So I disagree with your point of order. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you.
Sorry, carry on.
Thank you. And no, I didn't want to, I guess, be hard on anyone. I missed questioning and was just interested in, I guess, that process there. So the other thing was just around Claudelands. This is probably a bit out of scope, so if you want to leave it to a briefing, I just wanted to flag it. I noticed that when we are having expos and events, that we have huge amount of people clogging up all the streets around Claudelands and parking there and looking at that CBD fringe catchment that's been flagged. I'm just interested in how it's going to take into account those events and things, because people are told to pay $5 parking, you know, in the premises, but then they all kind of use free parking outside, and that could be an opportunity for revenue and stuff. Yeah.
You noted, I don't think it's part of this particular conversation, but we'll certainly pick that up in a future briefing with the councillor.
Thank you. Okay, there are no more questions. So the report, the recommendation is, we'll get it up with the General Manager's addition. So Councillor McPherson, do you just, and Councillor Bunting, you were concerned about this one as well. If you just want to, does that satisfy? Yeah. Councillor McPherson, are you happy with that? E, where we've added in, General Manager's added in the workshop.
Is there the chance that we could make that font a little bigger from here? I don't know. I wear glasses, but gee.
And it's a bit difficult here, isn't it? Oh no, it's all right on your little screen, Maxine. It's all right on your little screen.
Of course, yeah.
Deputy Mayor, did you want to move this? Oh, question?
Sorry to hold things up.
No, that's okay.
I was, it sort of follows on from Dave's question in terms of the blue bits, which are, today we're really talking about the bits in the 2 hours free zone, aren't we? So we're not, today we're not, by approving this, we are not doing anything with those blue ones. That is just for our future. And okay, all right. Thank you. Happy now.
Thank you. All right, so do we have a mover for this one? Councillor Thompson will move it, seconded by, I'm happy to second it. So Councillor Thompson, did you want to start us off?
I'm really looking forward to us actually implementing this, having commuter parking, because we heard from you, John, stories of people going, oh well, it's cheaper to kind of just park in these spots all day, get a fine once a week, and that's not actually how this parking should be operating, and it's impacting on businesses and mode shift and all those kinds of things. So I am really looking forward to this going ahead. And also with that city fringe parking, as we move ahead and looking at further opportunities for around places like Claudelands, where we could be looking at additional revenue, particularly on those really busy days where there are just hundreds and hundreds of cars parked around the events premises. And I think what would be fantastic is to have a conversation also on how do we use some of this parking revenue going forward, ring fence it for things that are really positive, say for mode shift, like continuing to look at how do we start up frequent bus services that are actually going to provide usable, attractive services for people, as an example. And there could be other ways that we could use that revenue, but it's a really positive opportunity, I think, to provide better services other than just driving. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Look, I came in here today thinking I wouldn't support this, but that tweak does give us another agonising for you bite of this cherry. I appreciate that. And look, to take a page out of Ryan's book, John and Jason, I like you, I rate you. But from a customer experience, this is far too confusing. The idea when we set this up was great compliance through great customer service. And I look at some of these maps and these different catchments, and they work for us, but from a customer user point of view, it's really confusing. Nisbet Street is, then it isn't. Carrow Street and Bryce Street are. London Street is and isn't. Tristram Street is and isn't. Liverpool Street is, then isn't, then is again. Grantham Street, exactly the same. It's going to be Science Central in there if this is the case. We've got these different systems for different parts of the road. I just would urge that we simplify this. If we're going to go down the commuter parking role, really work hard to make it as simple as we possibly can. Because remember, it's a one-way street. Personally, I believe that... No, we don't have any one-way streets. No, not yet. I also think that the way to actually raise that money that we've been agonising about for so long is the number plate ID, licence plate ID. I think that's fantastic, but I sincerely believe that we could achieve that revenue through pulling levers through that now, with the demand responsive timing. But that's for another discussion. So look, I will support it going through, and I'll annoy you into the future. Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, look, I'll support these. The key to this for me is really that the commuter parking and the need for it was always on our minds really over the last couple of years. The inner two precincts, the central city is getting really well used for the 2 hours free, but pretty much for some time, the far north, the far south, the bits on the fringes have not really been utilised for free parking, and so it makes sense to me that commuters can use that parking there. So I've always supported utilising some of these parks for commuter purposes. So it's not really just about the money; it's also about a better outcome, I think. As well as making life easier for commuters, I think it will also actually improve the 2 hours free parking because it gives us more resources to police those central areas and ensure that we're getting the turnover there and that people aren't taking the Michael about it. So, and a good example I think is I really want to see us police the southern part of Victoria Street, the Hood Street area a little bit more in the evenings, because I still get feedback that people can't find a park when they go to a restaurant because it appears that possibly some hospitality workers are doing it, and we haven't been able to police that at those times. So I'm looking forward to a point where we can do that. So I think this will slightly condense the area where 2 hours free operates, and it will make it a far better system. It'll make it sharper. In terms of the 400k, good that we're trying to claw back some revenue there. In fairness to staff, I do remember that annual plan debate, and it was, it was made for the right reasons by elected members, but it was a kind of on-the-spot decision by us all. Sometimes, I'm not saying we pluck figures out, but it was a figure that was arrived at pretty quickly, and staff had to think on their feet. And there are obviously more issues to go through, so I don't think we should be, I think in the short term we may not be able to get to 400, or we may find other ways, but on an ongoing basis we will certainly be able to recoup that money. So yeah, that's about it from me. I'll support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Firstly, what Sarah said about the bigger picture issues and the mode shift and that. The 400k saving, I'm not totally worried that we won't go achieve the whole lot in this current year. What will be important to know, and even to know next week, is what we'll get in a full year extra, and to check that we've factored that into the LTP, because that was more important than not getting the 400 is simply a function of not being able to start it in January like we'd originally anticipated in the annual plan discussion. But after that, we're going to be getting that revenue every year for that part of the city from parking. So we need to make sure that's in the LTP, factored in, and we need to be in a position, I hope, after that February meeting and the various regulatory bits and pieces, to have a good idea of what our CBD fringe parking policy is going to look like, is going to earn as revenue, and what can be used from that in a financial sense for other transport initiatives. So it's not something that should be going, it was never envisaged to go back into the General Council black hole, unders and overs. It was designed, we're taking it out of one area of transport, we're earning it in one area, to be used for another better area in terms of our strategy.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, I clearly see there are three different aspects here. And I accept that because of the complexity and the nuances of all of them, it has led to some frustrations and maybe under-delivery both from governance, from us elected members, and from staff. You know, the elephant in the room is we've yet to decide whether a 12-month trial of free CBD parking that we're now in year 3 or 4 of, that keeps being extended, what that looks like long term. And then we decided, and I was part of that, to pluck a figure of trying to find some revenue on the fringes. And, you know, Jeff will point out at the time, and he's probably right, although I don't often admit that we did pluck a figure. And we just plucked a figure of 400,000 because we said, well, while we can't make a decision on the big issue, let's see if we can generate some revenue. And staff got caught up in that vortex, and they said, yes, we could, and we'll do it, right? And then the third aspect is Sarah's point, bless her, is always, well, if we do generate some revenue, couldn't we put it forward to some more meaningful mode shift? The reality is, as elected members, we're going to have to grapple with each of these 3 things and make a decision sometime soon, while staff are trying to come up with solutions to all of it. My frustration today, and I'm supporting the recommendation, is this. We said we were going to produce 400K, and we're not going to do it this year. And that means there'll be a deficit, or we'll have to underspend somewhere, or reprioritise something, and that frustrates the heck out of me. Whether we as elected members through this committee or through other means should have kept saying to staff earlier post-August, how are you going to make the 400,000? How are you going to make the 400,000? Maybe we own part of the problem, but the reality is we're not going to make that 400,000, and we thought we would, and that has to be funded from somewhere else. So I support this today, but I say to all of us, actually elected members, we're going to have a meaningful discussion soon and land on some of these long-term decisions. If we're really going to have free CBD parking for ongoing, let's have the debate, but let's make a decision. And if we're going to implement some charge process, let's make the decision on the technology and stop messing around and put it in place. And if we are going to charge, let's agree how we're going to spend the money, and maybe that is in mode shift. But let's make a decision and move on, because, we might all die in office, Sarah, and still not achieve anything.
Sarah will still be here.
And Martin. You can't kill a weed, Martin.
Thank you, Councillor. I just have a few comments, just support what people are...
Did I say that?
Just support what people are, concerns that have been raised, and what we need moving forward, and echo Councillor Wilson's words there, when we bring it to the whichever briefing, because we are literally running out of time this year, that we do exactly what Councillor Wilson finished his debate in doing, and that we do come to some decisions, because I think, I quite rightly predicted that parking would be a passionate item, and it has been a passionate item, but surely we can come to some agreement. So it would be my intention, certainly, that briefing we have a collegial discussion, and we give staff some strong direction. I just wanted to, before I go to Sarah to exercise her right of, Councillor Thompson's right of reply, I wanted to acknowledge that John has been invited to participate. We did get an email, I think, from the General Manager in a Ministry of Transport Advisory Group as a subject matter expert. So very proud of you achieving that, John, and committee members know that we do have someone who's actually advising the Ministry of Transport in all matters parking. So that's pretty significant. Sarah, Councillor Thompson, did you want to exercise your right of reply?
Only to say, yes, let's get on with it. And thank you for your work to date on this. Yeah.
Great, thank you. All right, I'm sensing this is unanimous, but we'll do it on the show of hands. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Councillor Hamilton, is that a hand raised? Yeah, excellent. Yeah. Any opposed? That's carried and that's unanimous. Great, thank you everyone. Right, let's move on to item 11. Now we're stopping for lunch at 1, aren't we? Yep. Three Waters, thank you, Jason and John. Three Waters regulatory compliance update. So, the lovely Myri. Hello, you've been sitting waiting. Oh, there we go. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded, you might not even have to sit down, seconded by Councillor Bunting. Are there any questions? Councillor Pascoe had them, some, but he's not here. And I don't know what they were. So, yeah, yep. Okay, so there are no questions. Councillor Wilson, did you want to say anything as the mover?
Other than congratulate staff in making sure that we're fully compliant, well done. We've always got something to say when you've been naughty.
Yeah.
So let me throw some bouquets of flowers. Thank you for all the great work. Keep it up. How's that?
Excellent. Hear, hear.
Can I just add to that too? Every time Myri comes, it's a quick.
Because she's exceptional at her job.
Exactly, and that does speak highly to you and your staff and the confidence we have in you. So thank you.
Great.
So Rubbish Guy's got it. You can
All
have
right,
this too.
all those in favour, please raise your hands. Are there any against? There are none against. That's carried unanimously. Well done. We are. Okay. Now we're on to item 12. The GM's report. Now this is in the meeting, so we're able to ask questions, and we'll just zip through each theme, and we'll deal with the questions, and then we'll move on to the next one. But to start us off on a positive note, the General Manager, would you like to say a few words about that smashing award that you've got down there on the table? Hold it up.
So, very proud moment last night at the New Zealand Infrastructure Rebuilding Nations Symposium. The award that you see on the table here is the Infrastructure New Zealand Excellence in Social Impact Award, where Hamilton City Council was announced the winner last night. Finalists of four finalists, and that was in relation to the Te Awa remediation work on the Te Awa Cycle Way, part of the Provincial Growth Unit funding we received in terms of recruitment of people. So it was the funding that we recruited 50 people, where 27 people have moved into full-time employment following that. But it was the fact as to how we did it in terms of the economic, social and community impact that project had on our people within our community. So a number of key partners were involved in that. Waikato Tainui, Ngā Te Haumahi Trust, Ship Construction, Civil Construction, the Ministry of Social Development, and our core team here at Hamilton City Council, including Georgina Howard as a project manager. So we were extremely proud to receive this last night, and in amongst multi-million-dollar projects from throughout New Zealand we were up for. So so big congratulations to the team, and for the support again from the selected member committee in terms of achieving that.
And the Ministry of Social Development was at your table?
The Ministry of Social Development was at our table and congratulated us on how we achieved the recruitment of people, and they have huge confidence in us in terms of wanting to work with us and continue to work with us, which means supporting us and bringing people on board, including potential funding.
Well done.
So very, very proud moment for Maria Barry and her team and everybody.
Got to celebrate these things,
Oh,
eh?
was. I was shocked.
Great cake and awards
Yeah.
and compost. Doesn't get much better, does it? Okay, so did you want to present your report or should we just go through
Take it
the
as read,
items?
yeah.
Take it as read, we'll go through the items. So the first one, committee members 83, now the Vision Zero, remember that Robin's not with us.
Yeah, and that's
I mean,
saying I'm not a technical expert in
Yeah,
this,
so
but
maybe
I can,
maybe we park those for the new year,
unless there's any.
unless there's.
Oh,
We're not good at
No, we're not good at parking. So if that's okay with everyone, because no one's here to answer them, ask them. Yeah, okay, okay. So Innovating Streets on 84, page 84, and the Transport Rejuvenation Project.
Today,
Yeah,
and
yes,
I
you
have
did.
to just say, really good session, but I think that our visitors got the message that we have been on this journey since 2011, and I think it's really important, you know, because obviously just let's use our money not to reinvent stuff. Yeah, you know.
yes, so I took away from that to be
Yeah.
bold and make the change that this elected members want us to trial and make.
Yeah.
And don't hold back, so.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Councillor
Thank you.
McPherson?
Yeah, look, another takeaway I had is that given the, I think it was 35 consultants we had in the room for that project, or maybe it was 36, I lost count, that you should consider giving Bunty and I the contract for designing and innovating streets projects like we did with cycleways 3 years ago, than 45 minutes with no consultants. Seriously, there were consultants for Africa and Asia and Oceania and North and South America in the room. I've never seen so many in a project, and I was wondering if there was going to be any money left over to actually do the project afterwards.
Is that a question that you're asking, if you can have the contract?
I was hoping that the general manager could assure me that we were going to actually be able to get onto the damn thing. Excuse my French.
So point noted in terms of inviting yourself and Councillor Bunting onto the street design workshop, and point noted regarding getting on with it.
Yeah.
Seriously,
And yes,
it's a
and-
problem we've had a couple of times in areas where staff are seeking, quite rightly seeking NZTA funding, so they design these processes to make NZTA staff fall asleep and not notice that something's actually going to happen. But they annoy the hell out of elected members who've been through it all before. And that's not the first one in that area we've had this year.
Yes, noted.
Okay.
We want to agree on projects and scope them up and get you guys to go away and say whatever nice words have to be said to NZTA for the Waka Kotahi.
Yes, so the information provided to all the consultants in the room was very helpful for them, and I don't believe that they need to have another session with elected members again.
Thank for that.
Now, I haven't caught up, as you know, I was at the water conference, I haven't caught up with staff on how it went yesterday, so.
Remember that one we had on Zoom? It was like an in-person version of it.
Okay. All right, I remember that one fondly. Okay, yeah.
We did get some,
Yeah.
There's a good range of people, but...
Yeah.
Thank you, I did. Councillor McPherson's observations are noted, but, you know, it's just getting their energy into the DUI, okay?
All right, thank you. Councillor Bunting, question?
Pretty much what they said, actually.
Okay, so let's not repeat it.
No.
I think the message is clear. Just on the Hamilton Transport Centre Rejuvenation Project, the councillors that, Councillor McPherson, Wilson and Thompson and I, who sit on the Connections Committee, there is because this is it's sort of being run through the Regional Council, but it's being through the Connections Committee because they operate the buses. But it is being funded by us, and there is a workshop coming from, the invitation will come from the Regional Connections Committee, but to all elected members. So if you're interested in the redevelopment of the Transport Centre, I know it's getting late in the year, but that, just look out for that invitation when it comes, and you can attend that and have some input. Page...
Sorry, there was just in that discussion, inadvertently, there was a good point raised by, who's the Māori member from the Regional Council on that committee? Kataraina.
Yeah.
Can't remember her surname.
Yeah.
My apologies. But she said, or asked a question about how much rent was paid for it.
That's
and it was
right.
explained that currently the only rent being paid is on their office space, I presume. I think that's what it is. But I'm just wondering whether in future we should have a better deal with the Regional Council that reflects some of the capital costs of these things, as we're upgrading them because their service needs it, which is fine, but we're bearing a huge infrastructure cost, and their rent won't change even though the size and scope and nature of the building's improving, if you like. So I just wondered whether we, without trying to kill them at the same time financially.
And actually I wonder if it's worth including that as a conversation. Do they actually need offices there? Because they're going to be across the road, right, in a brand new building, and we could use that space for something else. So maybe there's a wider discussion to happen. Might be too late now that we're redeveloping it, but...
Yeah, I don't know.
So there is I'm looking at Jason at the back because he is part of that process, but I do know that there is a market rate rental review completed, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, the previous training in terms of council provided relief in terms from that rental relief.
Correct.
As part of the bus services.
So as part of our, I suppose, contribution to the living wage, this council agreed to allow Regional Council not to have to pay their annual lease fee, but it had to be redirected into the living wage. Now that ends this financial year.
That's right.
So we're having those discussions with Regional Council staff at the moment. It may be a good opportunity, Madam Chair, to raise it also among the members of the Regional Connections Committee, because I suppose there is a bit of a sticking point about what they think fair market value is versus what we do. So we're starting to load those budgets.
Well, we have normal processes for mediated processes, don't we?
Yep. So we're just going through that at the moment.
But I mean, we want them to succeed.
Yeah.
But any costs involved in them succeeding should be shared somehow.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Gallagher?
Yeah, I'm not on the Connections Committee. I tried to come, and I'm hoping one of the things with the new regional council building, the acoustics of the meeting room will be much better because it is very unfriendly to people with any hearing impairment. But look, I just want to get, as a non-member of the Connections Committee, the point of this workshop and how broad the scope is for this rejuvenation, because obviously I would want a linked discussion and to be aware that this is a transport centre. Down the track we have aspirations of a rail station nearby for obvious reasons. So can someone tell me how sort of broad in the scope this particular workshop will be? Because obviously I'm very keen that this council, all of us, have an absolute input via the Connections Committee to an outcome, a facility, upgraded facility.
Yes, so that's why it was really important for our the Regional Connections Committee recognised the importance of elected members from Hamilton to be part of that process. The options, this is part of a Waka Kotahi business case process, so it is going through the motions of that business case, and it has come up, staff through that process and the project team have come up with a recommended option high level that they would like to provide at the workshop, which should cover off all of the aspects that have been requested through the initial working groups that our elected members.
So we have a workshop, and then in terms of the decision-making process to formalise the case,
yes,
that comes back
comes back to infrastructure operations.
Infrastructure, then we do the bid
Yes.
from there. Okay,
Yes,
thank
we
you.
approve the business
And
case.
obviously, I'm just giving notice now that I do want, and I know the state rail bit's a way away, but we need to be totally aware of the 2 or 3 options vis-à-vis that.
So I just note that workshops, I'm just having a look now on the 11th of December, and if governance can make sure, because it's not in all elected members, HCC elected members haven't been sent that invite yet. So if you can please make sure that all elected members are sent, and Mangai Māori are sent that invitation. Okay, so page 85, any questions on biking micromobility update or the review of the traffic bylaw? Councillor Thompson?
In regard to the engagement on the biking micromobility plan, I understand it's been extended. Have we, Eva, Lisa, have we been able to kind of zhumph up that engagement a bit? I don't know, I can't.
Yes, we have zhumphed it up and extended it, and I have zhuzhed.
Yeah, is that the right word? Is it? Can you spell that for me?
Is it? Okay, I was just going with what you were saying. And so yes, taking on feedback and taking on the simplicity of the language to our community to understand that it is about biking and scootering and e-scootering and skateboarding, micromobility. So the team have zhuzhed up that, and we do have updated social media tiles in respect to that, which I have an email in my inbox to send to elected members to be part of that process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then page 87, that a new mural. I walk past there every Saturday. well, there were no one. Oh, sorry, 86. Oh, yes, water care. Temporary reassignment, there's an update there. Eastern Pathways, we just had, was that yesterday, a briefing? Yep. Yep.
Similar to that line of questioning that was on about the lots and lots of consultants. Is this you're looking at over $4 million worth of plans and feasibility studies, etc., without anything going into the ground. Is that normal? This is
council, of course it's normal.
It's local government.
You know, I mean, are we at historic highs of bureaucracy with this thing, or?
So in terms the program for the Eastern Pathways, which incorporates School Link and University Link, etc., and Chris Barton is coming down. Yes, this is the NZTA process to unlock a significant amount of funding that we need to go through. But I'll let Chris confirm that statement.
Thank you. So again, this is the allocation of the budgets for this financial year, and we've allocated that $3.5 million budget this financial year to progress through that process. So we are trying to work as fast as we can through the business case process to unlock the funding and get construction ready and move into that phase as promptly and quickly as we can. There is a process there that we need to work through, and particularly for this one, as we've spoken about, bringing everyone along on the journey and some of their comms and engagement, following on from some of the biking micromobility process as well, and taking that to the next step. Again, we're trying to invest the right emphasis in some of those components as well to make sure that this significant program moving forward, we've got all the groundwork there, and we can set that up in the right way.
No, I take that on board. I really do. I guess when you say take everybody along, I mean, you don't have to take everybody along literally, do we? It just seems that we are. Okay. No, sorry, I made the point. Well, I've asked my question, sorry.
Councillor Gallagher.
Observation I want, as Deputy Chair, I thought this discussion has been really good, and I want the GM's report on agenda in future. And I think the two critical, and this is the Chair's report, the GM reports. Those are the devices by which items of late and urgent interest can also be covered. But I've just found this both the chair and the GM's report extremely useful. So I think, Angela, we just make sure, and it could even be, there might be a case to bring the GM's report even up, depending on the agenda, to be straight after the chair's report. I think this is a really good, from a governance oversight, I think it's really good. It's been very useful interchange. Thank you.
I agree. Yeah, thank you for that. Councillor McPherson?
To add, particularly about that Eastern Pathways discussion yesterday, it actually was pretty good compared with lots of other ones we've had. It was brief. They knew what we knew and didn't try and teach us how to suck eggs. And so we were able to do it in half an hour, as opposed to, I think, 2 hours for the one the day before, or something like that, 90 minutes for the...
Okay.
And we took things a little bit further than we had last time, which was the object of it. Each time you're seeing
progress.
some advance. But the downside of the whole issue wasn't the meeting yesterday, was the fact that pretty much exactly 3 years ago was where we had our first cut of the school link, which was the big part of the Eastern Pathways. I went out the other day to the school link area. I was looking for some advances on the road, as it were, for that project. I couldn't find anything that had been done in 3 years. So while it was a good meeting yesterday, we're years behind where we should be.
Okay.
And that was my question.
Yeah. It was an excellent question. Okay, page 87. Last one there, that mural, as I was started, let's leave Lime, we've got the Lime fees, but there's no point in questions of that because that's going to council. But I walk past that every single day and I thought, gosh, that's going to be ugly. So that's great that there's a mural going there. It's not going to beat Councillor Hamilton's largest mural though, is it? Can't have that. Yeah.
Let's get this one approved, and mine took 10 years.
Yeah, and so I'd just like to acknowledge Lee, who is the driving force behind this mural. So
Great.
she's sitting in the back. Well done, Lee.
And there's a picture of what it's proposed to be. It's lovely. All right, so thanks everyone. And what?
Bridge or cycle over that bridge on a regular basis and have watched the work that has gone into
Putting
that and the length of
amazing,
time that it's taken. So have a new appreciation for what might be under the ground in other parts of Hamilton, along with other Hamiltonians who may have seen and witnessed that whole exercise.
It's amazing, eh?
Yeah, kia ora.
So are we in debate now? Yes, so Councillor Van Austin has moved. Councillor Bunting opened his mouth just then, so he's seconded. And Mangai Norm, did you want to say debate something? Oh, okay, you can take that offline.
Yeah, offline.
Yeah.
Te Wīnaka is actually the waka that's also in the museum, and sometimes just managing the ingoa and these tikanga around that. So if you call a sign Te Wīnaka, which is actually a name of a waka, that may not be tikanga.
Do you want to comment on that? You might come down to the mic, you may as well. We're in debate, but I'll allow, because we're just before lunch. I'll allow. Just to explain that.
Good afternoon. So part of this was driven specifically by Thorpe around the scope to give it out to the EOI for the artist to respond to. And although it's not represented in the image, which is a first cut, there will be a waka as part of that. And a lot of the Thorpe members were really strong about the waka landings, and the po are going to represent the hapu as well. So there's going to be a more stronger theme come through after we've had some time with the artist. So this was sort of the first cut before they worked through that.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bunting, debate?
Just briefly, thank you. And, my criticisms of the process are certainly not my criticisms of the staff involved. I realise what you've got to go through, and I know we want stuff done yesterday and you want stuff done in,
But we'll slow it down.
just as quick. But yesterday it was just this beautiful sense of irony at we were being told what tactical urbanism was by, like you say, 35 consultants the whole idea of tactical urbanism is by bold individuals making very quick and rapid progress, and it seems to me that the system's got a hold of the process and is working in a way to tactically slow down tactical urbanism. So there's a certain irony in that whole situation, but that's just an observation from here. But I would reiterate a couple of points that came out from the discussion we had on innovating streets, and that is it's brilliant what we're looking at doing, absolutely brilliant. We've got an opportunity to take people with us and not annoy people who are using the existing surrounding areas. So let's just be really careful that our messaging is positive, right, and what we do is right. It's certainly not, it could easily be perceived as anti-car, and we're certainly not that. You know, we don't want to do that. So we've got a really good opportunity here with being innovative.
Some?
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, no, Sarah might be, but no, but I'm just saying we've got a really good opportunity to do stuff. There are a ton of streets out there. Let's not try and do all the stuff on the same ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher?
Hey, look, just a minor thing. Could we just, we keep getting these references to the Anzac Bridge, and I just want to be reminded if we're formally, I'm happy if we formally change the name of the Victoria Bridge or not. I mean, it just seems to me we need to do that and just get it sorted.
Okay.
I'm confused.
I can't confirm that, but
No, I'm not sure, because you know when you did the Anzac Parade,
Yeah.
you may have
They've
done the
named
bridge as well. I
Anzac
just want to just get it
Parade
sorted,
with
that's all, and
Victoria
then we are clear. I'm very in favour of the new name.
Okay, that's sort of debate / questions / chit chat, which is excellent governance. It's good that we can do that actually at times. And yes, no, not when it suits the chair at all. Actually, when it suits the committee. So let's vote, and then we can stop for lunch, possibly. All those in favour, raise your hands. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, noting that Councillor Pascoe is not voting because he wasn't here for the item. And all those against, there are none. That's carried. Councillor Hamilton?
We push through and then we can close out at PX and come back in PX for your externals.
Yeah, we probably can actually, if we all talk quickly. Yep. All right, so let's do that. Item 13. So there's, yep. So there's just, as we normally do, so moved by who? Councillor Hamilton, yep, and I'll second. But just quickly, I do a bit of a round the table update. So the Regional Transport Committee, I sit on that. Councillor McPherson is the alternate, and Councillor Gallagher attends as well. There were probably the main thing, and it's actually covered off excellent, really well in the staff report, but there were some disagreements on some of the targets that lead the regional land transport plan and the review, but the committee, particularly the HCC councillors, pushed back on those targets. They seemed a bit random to us, a bit plucked out of the air. So that's going to go back to the connection. Anyway, it's going back to have a lot more work done on it. Councillor McPherson, did you want to add anything just on the Regional Transport Committee?
Yeah, look, my observation was that the report by their staff on 2 issues didn't even consider where our council was coming from, and the example was the road safety one. They didn't have Vision Zero or the government's Road to Zero policy as their target at all. They said, was it a 20% 20 or 30% reduction in fatal
40.
Accidents over the next
40, I think, wasn't
40 years, something.
Oh no, 40%.
40% over the next, and by 2050 or something.
Yeah.
Something pathetic like that. When we've got Vision Zero, the government's getting Vision Zero, and there was no reference to that. And so I'm wondering how disconnected that system is there with us as the major TLA within the area. So that was one thing. The other one was the issue about I can't remember the second, but there was no reference in talking about public transport increase. They had a 4%,
4.24,
4 some tiny percent increase proposed over the next by 2030.
Yeah,
and that was so underwhelming as to be you couldn't even see it with a microscope sort of thing, and it hadn't been run past their own connections committee, let alone us as a major participant. So again, complete disconnect. But the trouble is that both of those sorts of targets struck a chord with the majority of membership of the Regional Transport Committee, who, to be honest, it should be called the Regional Cow Underpass Committee, because that's the thing that they're most concerned about doing. They have more arguments and more discussion over putting in an extra cow underpass in Otorohanga or South Waikato or something like that than they do about mode shift. Mode shift wasn't mentioned, the Metro Spatial Plan wasn't mentioned, some key things like that their council is actually involved in as well. So, you know, it's just, and that's been the same for 20 years. So that's the problem. They haven't advanced, and they're probably never going to, while, as the current chair of the Regional Council once described them, a whole lot of tin pot councils, little tiny ones are there running stuff and making the decisions, and we have one vote out of, Martin keeps talking about one vote out of 10 or 12 or something, and doubling the vote is not going to do it. It's got to be a sea change, or else we need to strike up our own relationship. The problem is we're a Metro Council, we've got a couple of future-proof councils that half get it, and the rest of them haven't a clue about the sorts of issues that are really needed to be concentrated on in the transport area. Sorry, that's my comment.
that's okay. Councillor Gallagher, did you have a question on that?
No, I
further
in
on?
response to Councillor McPherson, I'm wondering if you and Councillor McPherson might want to work with our team in an elected member session early next year to actually just look from the city's point of view, is this particular Regional Land Transport Committee fit for purpose in terms of our aspirations? I mean, I've just sat in that room now, and I think it represents the rurals, but there's only yourself and Councillor Angie Strange who are urban voting members. But I don't know if our aspirations as a city are being met through that particular forum, and if we have to evolve a separate direct link. And again, I'm open to guidance, because it seems to me that Dave, and you are correctly right, there was no mention in Metro Spatial Plan, no mention of Vision Zero, and the composition of that committee is interesting, and I'm not sure if the cities, as the major metro spatial, even Waipa and Waikato and ourselves, I'm not sure if the three growth councils' aspirations have been adequately met through that particular forum. I don't know what the answer is, but I do think it would be really good to have a deep discussion, because it may be, frankly, we need to develop an alternative means of going straight to NZTA, and that's a forum we sit in, but it's not the only show in town. I think we also have to, if we come to a conclusion that particular forum needs to be amended or changed slightly to allow for increased city representation, but just going from 1 to 2 is not necessarily going to make a difference, then I think those things we should put out there. And so, Madam Chair and Dave, I'm asking you, would you be, what I'm suggesting is you perhaps do some thinking, perhaps have a bit of a session with us in the new year on that, because I do think there are some significant deficiencies.
Yeah. Okay, I've certainly made a note to look at that. I wrote, review our aspirations with the Regional Transport.
Well, and I think, to be honest, I think you and Angie Strange are somewhat lonely voices in there. I don't get a feel.
It's,
well,
yeah, there is that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's.
The next most diverse person is Hugh, isn't it?
Get through the next bit. So the Connections Committee, myself, Councillor McPherson, Thompson and Councillor Wilson sit on that. There was a fair bit, it is covered in the report, but there was a fair bit in there. One of the big things is they're doing a business improvement review on passenger transport. The HCC members also had a fair bit to say about the scope of that. There's, I think, a really positive change to PT fares on buses. All of Hamilton will be, what is it, $2 with a cap of 20? and CBD's $1. I reckon, I think in terms of communication and marketing, I think that's fantastic. And that's going out for consultation soon. We did question actually whether it needed to be consulted on, but apparently it meets their significance policy. I'll let Councillor Thompson speak next just on her advocacy for the accessibility concession, and I congratulate her for her work on that. And then there was just the east-west link of the branding and marketing coming next year, so what the committee members will get to know what the colour of the bus and the name. I think we're still hoping it should be the Meteor. I reckon it should. And yeah, and that was pretty much just real highlight from me. So Councillor Thompson, I want to again congratulate you for the work that you've done, but if you just want to just briefly tell the committee what you did and what you achieved.
Thank you. Yeah, a big highlight at the meeting was we resolved that we would extend the accessibility concession for the buses. So it's not just someone with a transport disability, but they can also tag on a travel companion if they require one. And the really good thing is that when people made their original applications for the concession, they actually said whether they required a travel companion, and there was only around 300, 400 who actually did need one. So it's not a big financial impact, but it will be a significant impact for those people who often have to actually fund out of their own pocket for their companion to go with them, because it's like Morris on the committee described it as basically a mobility aid for a person, and it's inequitable that then they're having to pay 2 fares, or in this case, a fare when other people with that concession aren't paying anything. So, yeah, it was a really good outcome. Thank you for all of your support.
Councillor Bunting, sorry, Councillor McPherson, you're on that committee. Do you want to?
Oh, yeah, I just want to add a little bit about the B card and the new fares and things like that with the electronic tag on, tag off. That's already being really successful. I think there was either 92 or 93% of trips with people using the B card rather than paying cash fares, which still is driving that sort of out of business, which is what we wanted. So that's highly successful, and the good thing about that isn't just the cashless part of it, but it speeds up by a long shot the boarding and getting off the buses, when you can just walk off and do it. The driver doesn't have to do anything. You don't stop to pay anything, get your card checked, or put it, you're just walking on and hold it beside it, as we know happens overseas in other jurisdictions. So that's massively improved it. But the other thing was the east-west. I found that really easy within the community to explain by referencing the Comet. And there's some really good comment figures. And in the last few days, I've had contact from Whanganui District Council representative on their regional transport committee there, passenger transport committee, about how they can bring in a Comet-like service, and they're using that as the example to try and drive change down that end of the island as well. So I think that idea of having the faster or more frequent and more direct services is a real winner, and looking at the Comet's patronage figures taking off like rockets. I think Comet's come down, but they're going up or something. Yeah, so it's I think that really is showing the way to go, and we've long known that in theory, but now we know it in practice. Yep.
Councillor Wilson, you're on the Connections Committee. Anything to add? You've got your rail thing coming up.
No, nothing to add. I'm surrounded by very capable colleagues. Who said everything.
And Councillor Gallagher, did you have anything to add just from the Connections Committee?
No, I'm really looking forward to that workshop. The only thing is, don't misperceive this. It'd be interesting with the AT. Yeah, I'll go offline because you'll accuse me of being self-interested, but about some of the senior concessions and matching what AT does versus the B card. I'm very interested, but I'll go offline and have that discussion later.
All right, Councillor Bunting, you had a question?
I had a question of the committee, just on the youth rates, where the free weekends and stuff, where is that at the moment?
So that's changing?
It is changing? Because
it's because of the new fare structure, and combined with some operational difficulties
Yeah.
they had before, and safety and security difficulties, they've rolled it into a sort of quite a significant youth concession. So regular users basically would be paying $1.50 for a trip, or $15 capped, and as much travel as you'd like. So it'd be free after that, after you after you paid your 15. So it's been done in a different way, and you almost have to see how the whole fare structure works.
Oh,
so
yes. I just want to know, is it still
no,
free though,
it
or
won't
not?
be going. It isn't going now.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
It
Yeah,
was
'cause my son got
suspended
charged
for a
for that.
while,
Yeah.
and it's not going to start again, is what we've
Yeah,
proposed
that's
to
right.
the regional council.
Because we made a contribution to that though, didn't we?
Yeah, but for that year.
Has that
Only
been
for
used
the
up for
last
that?
financial year, not for this
Yeah,
one.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
right,
okay.
yeah.
No, that's cool. Thank you.
Okay, all right, and last but not least, Councillor Wilson, did you want to update us anything on the rail governance group?
So it would be fair to start by saying some days when dealing with Kiwi Rail, I feel like I'm in an arranged marriage. And I'm really unhappy with my parents for setting me up in the relationship. And I wondered if they couldn't have found anybody better.
Anyone would like to give it the hospital pass to?
I thank Mayor Paula and my good colleagues for letting me have this growth opportunity. And I feel that some of the organisational management skills that Kiwi Rail have were learnt at the same teaching academy as the Port Authority of Beirut. So I note with interest that in the report it talks and celebrates the fact that we have a charter service to Auckland. And that was a child that was not born easily. And it was challenged, but we had multiple confirmations from Kiwi Rail that this was possible. It wasn't a huge ask, after all. We were just trying to move a train between Hamilton and Auckland on a set of train tracks, and you would imagine it would be easy. But no less than 10 days after having confirmed for the second time that this was feasible and that they would participate in a media release to that point, and having brought in so many parties to make this happen, they suddenly discovered they'd yet found an undiscovered problem, which meant that they couldn't take the train all the way to the Strand. They could go as far as Otahu, and that they would like us then to offload all of our passengers, put them on a bus for the last commute into Auckland City, and for those originating passengers out of Auckland on a wonderful weekend experience in Hamilton would have to drive to Otahu, known for its safety and known for its adequate parking space, to join this wonderful adventure to Hamilton. Cut a long story short, yet the ink was not dry on the celebration. We cancelled it. So we do not have a charter service. Talking now and moving on to a more positive aspect of the commuter service, we don't really have a confirmed date for a commuter service. And yet again, a new date has been suggested. But I think where we're at now from my position, and unless you instruct me otherwise, my position is actually we're not committing to a new date. Kiwi Rail has given us some assurances that they think that they now have a new date. And my narrative to them is actually, because we're going to have to spend all of our money in promoting this service based on a projected start date, and that projected start date has moved so many times now that even the broader community has no faith in them, that what we now need to say to Kiwi Rail is, don't write to us telling us when you think you fixed all the rail problems, signal problems, or any other logistical possible problem. Write to us when, in fact, all of that work's finished, and then we'll launch our marketing campaign, and it may take us 30 to 60 days to get that penetration before we launch the service, right? Where in a normal commercial agreement, you would say, we can start in June, and so I would start my marketing in May, and I would drive towards that start date. What I'm saying is, we've only got a certain amount of money in our pot to spend. I don't want to have to spend it twice. However, when this thing does get up and running, I'm looking forward to it. I would send a message to government that if in fact they are thinking of revolutionising train travel in New Zealand, they probably shouldn't choose a second-rate freight operator to be your premium passenger service delivery platform. In other words, create a new entity to do passenger-facing rail service, or go out to the world and ask for companies that are interested. Because if you rely on Kiwi Rail, they may be good at delivering product to wharf and wharf to manufacturing plant, but they have very little comprehension of delivering a passenger rail service, and that's frustrating. But other than that, it's going really well.
I think there's someone in Beirut that wants to...
So thank you, Councillor Wilson, for that very entertaining and informative update. Councillor, questions? And remember, we're starting to eat into lunchtime here. No pun, but Councillor Gallagher?
I would like to also
add.
Sorry.
Chris, yep.
Very quickly, councillors, notwithstanding the service start issues, the Rotorua Transport Hub is coming to completion. If you go out there now, it largely looks complete except for a section of the road and the lift into the base. We were targeting contract completion of our section for 20th of November, except for the toilet buildings, which are going to be mid-December. We've had a last-minute complication on the lift into the base, and that's pushed it into mid-December as well, prior to Christmas. So we are just working with Ewan and the governance group about a potential blessing for the transport hub for bus services ahead of the service. The big blessing and ceremony will be the opening of the service, but there may be, depending on the engagement with Ewan, a blessing prior to Christmas for the transport hub. As we're coming to the end, the costs to complete have been forecast, and I need an increase to the approved contract sum, which will come to the next Finance Committee meeting. So no additional funding is required, so we're within the funding that Council's allocated, just the main contracts popped over the approved contract sum. With the late advice I had on that and the timing of this meeting, with the Chair of Finance's agreement, I'd like to bring that to the Finance Committee and just get that contract approval. But look, it's really looking good out there. If you haven't been out there, the bridge looks stunning. We're just waiting for a service start. Our project is looking really good. Yeah. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Gallagher, question?
Yeah, I won't then do comment. I just want to do comment now because we've got lunch. This is an issue where this council and the government has invested huge political social capital in passenger rail. So you might want to we need to send them in the newspaper article to remind Kiwi Rail that there was a change of government in 2017. But Councillor Wilson raises a very, very serious issue for this council, because this council is putting a huge amount of capital and effort in a passenger rail service between us and Auckland. And we control Rotorua, thank goodness. I'm still not convinced that the Frankton railway station experience is going to be adequate, but I do think there's a time where in the new year I'd like us to sit down and work with Ewan and Dave and the Mayor because I think this is a moment where direct intervention with the Minister of Transport, because very clearly this government has invested huge policy work around growing our alternative transport of passenger rail, but it would appear that they have an operator that may not be up to par. And quite frankly, if you don't have an operator that is up to par, the government's policy and this council's policy is going to be sabotaged. It will be dead on arrival. And I don't think, can say, oh, look, when and how. I know KiwiRail are probably doing their best within their capacity, but it seems to me that the relationship and the political involvement with the Minister has to be reset. Thank you, Ewan, for keeping us in the loop and involved. I suspect the Mayor and Councillor McPherson probably had an idea of what your role was going to be and the challenges that were going to be presented to you when they kindly gave you this role.
So we're not in debate.
No,
but it was an excellent question, yes.
Well, my question is simply this, and it's very serious. Let me, please, it's very serious, please, and I want this, by you and this, to take this seriously. I'll happy to move a motion that we early in the new year sit down and work out what our approach to government is going to be. This is a very serious issue.
No, I'm absolutely hearing you. I don't think we need a motion. I think what you're suggesting, Councillor Wilson's our representative on there, and I'm sure he's in talks with the Mayor anyway on moving forward, and he's nodding. So,
I've had 35 years, Madam Chair,
can you not
in
point your
political
finger
lobbying,
at me?
and I will not be patronised. I'm just wanting to say.
Goodness gracious me,
no,
Councillor Gallagher, I was not patronising you. You challenge me constantly, and I'm always respectful. I wasn't challenging you. Councillor Wilson, I was looking for acknowledgement from him that he has it in hand, and he is nodding. So I'm not the enemy. Councillor Pascoe.
I'd like to continue the debate that Councillor Gallagher
Well, it hasn't
started.
been moved and seconded, so can I have
If you give me permission, I'll
Thank
move.
you, Councillor. We're supposed to be a team here, but I find constantly when I'm up here, I feel very alone. I would like some support from my... I would like some support from my colleagues, please. So, Councillor McPherson is seconding it. Moving it. It's seconded by Councillor Thompson. Thank you. So, debate will continue. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. And look, I want to echo, perhaps in a different in a different tone to Councillor Gallagher, that I share the frustrations of Councillor Wilson on this. There are 6 agencies involved in promoting and presenting this service to our community, and not one of them is from the private sector. So if it was a private sector initiative, what is happening now would not have happened. And it frustrates me that one of those 6 agencies is not in the least part delivering it at all. And to top it off, it's even worse, Chair, that the Waikato Regional Council have collected $6 million off Hamilton residents in their rates in October to fund this project. And it seems to me, when I hear of indefinite dates of commencement, it may well be that $6 million is a golden nest egg for them, because they won't have to spend it on the service because it won't be there. The winner in this, of course, is Waikato District Council, who I see have got a man at the table, but as of yet have not contributed one cracker or cent to the project. So just in terms of Councillor Gallagher's comments, I think this needs to be moved on well before Christmas, and there needs to be that accountability back from KiwiRail, and it needs to happen now. And I'm encouraged by the fact that I know the Mayor and Councillor Wilson have been working on this over the last few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
I agree with the last point that Rob made, that we can't wait until after Christmas. and there has been work started. I think we need to put a bit more urgency into that work and insist on seeing the Minister of Transport, not just sort of send a letter to the office and wait sort of 6 weeks for a reply like happens unless you push it. So it needs to be quite political. Because clearly there's no political control over Kiwi Rail at the moment, and there's no rigour in that. But I don't think the private sector necessarily would be the solution. And this region, in the PT area, we've had a terrible experience with the private sector delivering the B card, which was delayed for well over a year because of their inability to deliver that properly. So and its failure to work when it was initially delivered and things like that. So it's not an issue of private versus public sector, it's an issue of competency versus incompetency, in my opinion. And another correction, Rob, District Council, you're half right. This one, no, the District Council's put in no money to the service or their ratepayers, but they have put in money into complete upgrade of the Huntly station, and they're putting more money into land purchase for park and ride and things like that. So, and they're getting their share from NZTA as well, but they are putting, for their size, for the size of Huntly, equivalent sort of cash in on that side, but not on service. But they have agreed to receive a regional council submission for their LTP to put in an equivalent sort of subsidy arrangement of some sort there, yet to be decided. So they've acknowledged that they're falling short in that area, let's say. But I've been involved in this thing from the start, from before the start, and I think it took us a long time to get the regional council over the line and the governments over the line and everyone else, but we haven't actually yet got Kiwi Rail over the line in an operational way. And I think Ewan's point, his 2 points were excellent. One was the likeness to the Beirut Port Authority. I think that was spot on, except I'm still waiting for the explosion of the cool store somewhere. But apart from that, it's not going to work long term if they're rolling out interregional rail around the country, and Kiwi Rail, everyone's 100% reliant on Kiwi Rail to deliver that. That just won't work, and we have to talk to them not just about our hassles on this particular service, but about what's a better operating model elsewhere, and what ways you can go about both setting them up and governing it in an ongoing way. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher?
I will move that the Mayor, Councillor Wilson and Councillor McPherson engage with the Minister of Transport with regard to the rollout of the Hamilton-Auckland commuter passenger rail service.
I'm happy to second that, and I wonder if Councillor Pascoe...
Yes. I'm happy to add Councillor Pascoe. I'm not going to dictate the level of thing, but I'm happy to add Pascoe. If I have a seconder, may I speak to my motion?
Can I just address the process? So we can add that if, because this hasn't been moved and seconded, the General Manager's report, and we've already got that the report be received, so we can add it as a B or an A, whatever way you do it. A B. Yep, if everyone's comfortable with that.
Okay, I'll move that the report be received A and then add the B that I've just moved.
So have we got that? Oh, do we need it up on the board?
Paula, you need to adjust the chair.
Yeah. Mayor Southgate, you're sideways.
I won't look at the Mayor and speak. If I can speak to the motion, Madam Chair.
We'll just wait for that to get up.
It's really uncomfortable, Your Worship.
Very, very briefly, if I can speak to the motion, and I don't need a right reply on this one. It's just encapsulating the previous discussion, I think, and I apologise if I've come across as somewhat frustrated, but the advice I can give this chamber, based on life experience, is sometimes you have to go straight to the Minister and elevate this politically. And as I said before, and I think Councillor Pascoe was far more eloquent than I managed to be outlining the the issues, but I think this government needs to be fully aware that the operator Kiwi Rail that should be acting on behalf of the government and giving effect to government policy with regard to mode shift and passenger transport is obviously not performing in a manner that I think the government would expect. So I'm not going to detail exactly how the interaction with the minister happens, but I think we delegate to those councillors I've named, the appropriate course of action. So that would be, so that's it. I think it's obvious that we need to advance this. Thank you.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. We'll just get the wording on the board so we know. Mayor Southgate?
Oh, sorry, just because I tuned in, I'm going to go talk in debate, but I understand the intent of the motion. We can certainly get a Zoom meeting with ministers. I think we should have NZTA at the table at the same time, to be quite honest. Because otherwise it's not a joined up conversation, and potentially they'll be having conversations with Auckland at some stage. But sorry,
No, we're in debate. Yeah. No, we're in debate now, Mayor Southgate. So if there's any additional comments you wanted to add.
So we're in debate.
Yes.
Yeah, look, happy to talk with the ministers. We had some pretty hard-hitting messages from the NZTA around their drive to deliver what has already started. I guess this is disappointing, and every delay costs us money. We front-ended a lot of investment in this space. So I think I support the intent of the motion. I don't think it needs to include everyone in particular, but happy to include my colleagues in the right portfolios in the conversation. We need to have a conversation about the whole big picture of mode shift, how that sits versus their directive within their funding envelope to finish what started. I think that's part of the tension in this debate, to be honest.
Okay, thanks.
There's no funding issue. There's absolutely no funding issue. It's a delivery issue.
Yeah.
Mayor Paula?
She came in half. She missed the questions. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can you see the Can you see the resolution on the board? We'll just make sure that it's just coming through to you and Councillor Forsyth.
And just while we're doing that, to help Mayor Paula, although NZTA clearly would not participate any funding in the one-off charter, it was actually the regional council who chose to underwrite the charter service. So although the disappointment is the cancellation of the charter despite reassurances from Kiwi Rail, the key critical point is Kiwi Rail's inability to deliver the service, whether it's charter or commuter service, and that's clearly evidented by the fact that we've had multiple delays. And so the government just needs to understand the party they're dealing with. They're failing to deliver.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the Zoomers can see the the motion that's on the table. It's been moved and seconded. We've had more than enough debate, I think, around this item, so let's put that to the vote. We'll do it on the show of hands. All those and any against? No, that's carried unanimously. Okay, so we've eaten into lunchtime, no pun intended. So what, can we push our...
I'll just contact and we'll have to push everybody out.
Okay, so we'll be back at 2:15. Great, thank you. Yeah, let's move. I'll move that we go into PX, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favour? Any against? It would be nice, since I'm very supportive of the chair when I'm around the table.